Cool. All right. Mic check 1, 2. I think we're live. So I'm just opening the stream. So always helpful to build in public, feel that pressure. Bam, 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 bam. All right. All right, so before I screen share, double check that all the windows that have contraband or extremely sensitive material are not accidentally going to pop up. Looks like it. Message on LinkedIn, hey bud, I haven't done anything radio related with FPGAs for a while, so I may not be the best person to help out. Curious to hear what you're working on though, so hit me up at cal.com/. What's the cal.com link? This stays on topic. That one. Paste that into. Where is it? Here it is. Oh, this is not working. Did I get the wrong screen? Okay. Fine. Fine. Curious to know what you're building though. So hit me up at love to nerd out over your work. Yep. Cool. So those messages are out. Then this window is just going to stay on that mode. Cool. So we're rebranding people. We came up with some different ideas on what to build. So we're like smack in the middle of figuring that out. First things first, let's do, um, just going to do like FT service. Okay. And then we're just going to open service. We're going to call it base, Python base. We're going to call it base and then Python, right? That's not how it works. There, go into ang, we add new directory. We're going to call it service Python base. There, init a repo. There we go. Yes. In the beginning, there was darkness. Cool. Now, this could be a bit bigger. Or it's still legible. Go back to this screen. It's a little harder to read, but we're going to make it work. So what we're going to do is just start a README. Service template. Oh, I pressed caps lock by accident. Cool. Service template. Usage. That comes later, right? And then let's just go shopping. There we go. So we're going to go shopping. We reduce this. We go up. Now I know for a fact that here I have a bunch of stuff. I have to unmark, div, unmark, all. There we go. There are a couple of things that I really need. This one was good. The parameters in the make file, I definitely need. Probably need the git ignore. Yeah, from here I probably need -rc. I don't think I need the Py project, but I may as well take the Pyrite config because I'll need that for the language server. I may take the flake.nix, the envrc, and shell.nix. This is all Nix related stuff. I'll also copy over app.py just to have a basic stub. I need the Docker file and the Docker ignore, which the make file will need. The poetry lock I'll generate as needed. The test I can copy over. Doesn't hurt me. What else am I? What else would help me? So, and direct copy. Copy. How do you? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Let's see. We copy this, copy 12 files to service Python template into here, right? And so let's go back, see what that looks like. The bash RC, kind of weird that we don't see it in here. Fair enough. I'm just gonna bash RC, create it, and then what was it? Unmark all marks. This I gotta learn to do that. And where was it? It's home. Home there. Oh, snap. This is interesting. I don't need it here. Just double check that it's not inside of the repo or the folder already. So, where are we? Service Python template. We don't. Okay, so how do you delete? Delete. Yes, we want to delete that. We don't have a home there, so we're just gonna dot home there. Copy it from this other project home there. dash or C2, different project service, template home there. Cool. Unmark everything. Cool. Yeah, well, this is going to be an error. It's blocked, so I have to env allow. But before I do that, I probably want to look into this thing. I also missed the file. The shell.mix isn't there, right? Okay, cool. So we're just going to copy that over as well. Back here, we're going to get the shell mix from this other project. Where is it? Oh, shell mix over. No. All right, so it was already there. Misspoke, people. I misspoke. So from here, just have a next. What do we have? Active flight control. So we don't need either of these. We don't need the Slack CLI. We don't need GitHub. We're just going to keep Pyrite in there. Keep it nice and clean. This pretty basic description service. Right, cool. We can work with that. And then env allow. Let's see what happens now. So we're going to stub an environment. First things first, readme.org. Init this thing. Doc stub readme initial readme, and it would be unfair to not put a bit more context in there. So I'm just going to find this. The objective of this repo is to provide a baseline for Python services. Baseline or template for Python services. Oh, copy files from this repo as you please to start your project. Yeah. Cool. So I guess that we can initial readme with objective of the repo project. Fair enough. Now we have that. So what we're going to do, I believe the flake mix and the shell mix, we're just going to, maybe I should check out a new branch. So we start at main, I say v slash setup mix env. There we go. That one I want. This window I can close. There we go. Building a mix env. Double check what's in there. Pretty basic. That is pretty basic, so we can live with that. I probably should run the Nix formatter. Nix format? We don't have it. Nix packages. Okay. If I select it all, does it for? No, it did change the structure of it. Meh. Okay. I don't know if it's better or worse. One thing we can do, this is just me looking at DNS records, so nothing super critical there. By the way, I totally forgot this one thing. That's not critical either. Let me close snap. I don't know what this is. Okay, just close everything. And oh yeah, yeah. There we go. Go top two. Window 0. There we go. close this off. Okay, cool. So here we go. We've been at it for ooh, yesterday was a long day. Anyways, let's see where we are. So Nick's packages format. Well, let's just write this first, see what it says. It's like Nick's. All right, we do the same for Nick's packages format. Shell.mix not formatted. Okay, so let's have a look. Modify. Okay, flake lock is in the mix. Good. For stub mix env. Right, so that is done. Pirate probably don't need vn bash rc. We don't want to track either. Maybe pyrite config.yaml is out of scope as well, which I can kind of like look at here. Pyrite, make pyrite happy. Okay, so we never tracked. Okay, so we never tracked pyrite config. That's a personal thing, so fair enough. Let's not mix things up. It's in the repo. We don't care for it. Maybe I should also see if it's okay. So we didn't even ignore it here. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. So it's a JSON file, right? I don't know what's in private.mk. I probably don't have keys that I need to track, but maybe I just ignore everything private. Okay. Let's look at parameters. So project name and the service 01. What was the original name? Okay, so service Python 01. Python version 3.10.10, which is pretty recent. Let's see if we should start off with that. So SANIC Python version support. 3 to 3.11, so we may as well go for 3.11. No, we stick to 3.10. We downgraded a previous repo to 3.10 because we use Pyrite, and Pyrite isn't on 3.11 yet. So I believe this is fine. I have some Dino junk in here, which we don't need for a Python app. So I could rip that up, Dino, which I guess I can also rip out of my Docker file. So this is Dino related. Yeah, and that I can remove from here. We don't need it. We can remove ngrok, which I don't need. I can remove the Slack slide stuff. So basically build essentials and then build. So here basically system packages, build essentials, CH certificates, curl for development purposes. That's why it's the dev image. We install poetry to the right version, which we've all parameterized in here. We set the path, update the path, and then we work in this image. And we create a build container, which sets up a VN, which we don't really need to worry about in depth because we handle it through our bash RC. We make sure that pip is updated once the VN is spun up. Then we copy the project into the right directory. Why do we copy poetry from the dev stage? Okay, so we probably need poetry in the def in the build image. There's something that's confused. Oh, and then we install all the Python packages without def dependencies. That's we do for def for build, and then the production image has some GID, UID, hard coded, but it's parameterized. Copy the VN from the build image here. We spin up the virtual environment by setting the environment variables in the path, and then we copy the project into dedicated directory, set up the ports, spin it up using UVcorn, which should get the job done. Right, so at this point, set up nixenv, single commit. I'm going to create a new branch starting at v, and then env. Maybe I should rename it. Set up Docker. And so at this point, I basically track the Docker file, the make file, and the parameters. Let me double check what's in the make file. I have Docker port. Where do I use port? I use it there. And grok. I don't need that. I just removed it. This is how I spin up the server. Fair enough. Clean local cache. Well, we dropped the Dino bit. We don't need that anymore. So we have the image of the bash that we drop into for a development shell. This looks okay. Let's double check parameters again. Is there anything Dino related? Here we go. We don't mount that. That's okay. Pip origin. Do we ever use pip origin? Use it here, but in our Docker file, yeah, we still use it. We still refer to it. All right, so we keep that as is. So let's make image def. Let's see what breaks. Huh? You can't tell me this worked. All right. Detective work. Double check that audio is actually working. I'm talking to myself here, but I'm never too sure. Audio, blah, blah, blah. Do see the green sign, so we're good. Yep, that is going. All right, back to this. So what do we have here? Docker build base image 310. Blah, 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 blah. What's the name? Service Python 01. And then we spin up from base images dev. We do all the installation junk up poetry 140. Cool. So that seems to work, right? As far as I can tell. All right, so sure stub. That I define Docker stages plus parameters. Docker stages make rules. Define parameterized Docker stages and make rules. That's it. Okay, so that's there. So we probably do want to track a Docker ignore. VN bash RC, wherever it is, dir env RC, git home there. Dot anything make file. Next. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so this is basically part of that scope. The home there, I get to ignore for now. Let's. Yeah, PyProject. Let's clean this up. So this is going to be a Python service template. just a starter pack to get started. Whatever. This is free, and we drop this. Ooh, this is a good one. Sanic. Actually, should probably remove all of this. So PyTest rough black Sanic testing PyTest async IO. Oh, maybe I should start from scratch. Maybe I should start from scratch. So what I'm going to do, I'm basically going to, come on. So I'm basically going to take the PyProject TOML. I'm going to mark it for deletion. Yes. Make bash. There's no, I don't know. I don't know how it works if there is no PyProject TOML. If it fails, because it's going to try. Always first time it tries to set up my VM, so it kind of like makes sure that pip is installed to whatever the latest version is that I've pinned here in my parameters file, which is nice. It's consistent more or less always. How do you do this again? Was it poetry in it? Oh, I don't want to run the list command. Let's see. I have a notes. There we go. Poetry new. Okay, so that's it. Poetry new. Poetry new here. Poetry new. Help. Why does not work? Weird. Oh, PWD. Well, poetry new. Blah. Yeah. All right. So, this is weird. Where are we? All right, so we're inside of temp, and I have this blah directory, and inside of blah, you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna move copy blah tests recursively into what was it again? Python 01. Copy blah PyProject TOML into there. Hat blah. What is this? There's nothing in there. T. All right. So let's just see what's in README. README. Okay, I don't need any of this. All right, so we go back to service. Here we go. So Docker env is set up. What's inside of tests? Init py completely empty. Not interesting. One thing that we can do is try to figure out if we're going to track this. What's in there? Empty. So we're just going to update it. README. PyProject TOML. Let's just see what's in there. And PyProject TOML. README. Optional for Python deleting. Published to probably should be a markdown file. Yeah, let's not try to be religious about this. Create new brand. Last one was this one, the stub project. All right. So we're going to edit this Python service Python template. Yeah, fair enough. There we go. Changes. Yep, we'll take that. We had tests. We can work with that. Probably cleaner if you do that. Actually, we're starting with something so simple. We shouldn't even bother. So we had this thing defined. So I should be able to fix it. Enter my bash shell again. And ooh, could not find. Permission denied. Weird. Huh. Okay, so make clean. We're just going to like basically make hash, bootstrap it from scratch. Some weird permission thing going on. Okay, cool. If I exit, enter again, using previously connected VN. Huh. Could not install packages. Crap. Missed a step. Let's do this for now. This is not valid. PyPy friendly readme org file as PyPy readme. Format supported by the PyPy readme renderer. Let's just see, what can you render? Markdown restructured text and plain text. This should become a project. What's the self? Shall I? Maybe. Last time, PyPy. Under arbitrary readme files into HTML. It's designed to be used in warehouse to render the long description. This is, I opened the wrong link. What was it? DM. What is this warehouse? What is warehouse? Python package index. Okay, cool. Notes. Actually, I have a notes thing here. To do update enable org files in readme renderer. That's a personal. Well, first things first, we are going to stage this parking Py project stub, and then we go back to, let's look at the history. So set up Docker env. So we're going back to set up Docker env. And then I'm pretty sure I missed the stage. Where was this? Out poetry bin pip. Where does this happen? Using previously created opt at the end. Now opt at the end. We're basically inside of the def container, so we're here. All can execute, but you can't. read. Oh, we're trying to uninstall pip. Fair enough. All can write execute. What is it? All can everything read write execute. Whatever. I don't care. This is the developers directory, so we want them to be able to do anything. All right, so make are we still in here? No, we're not. So we're basically make image def. Make clean, make image def. Cool. Check nothing on Slack. Probably switch the colors back. There we go. There we go. Permission being applied, as you can see here. Nice. So, okay, you don't have too much of a look back. So I'm basically going to fix allow user to write to in directory. It should enable uninstalling pip whenever necessary. So there we go. I think I make clean before, so let's go make bash, end up in a shell. That's going to do some installation. Then I'm going to try to enter it again to see if it works. Okay. Cool. Right. I guess. So I exit, I make bash again. Ooh, I couldn't install it. What the hell? Metadata. Permission to denied metadata. Oh, fuck. Maybe I should make the whole directory. Fun fact, when you're inside the bash RC, I can't distinguish if I'm there. And so I'm going to do something else. I'm basically going to change the prompt. Double this, double that. This is my personal config file. Make clean. Make image def. Cool. Not convinced I should store the bash RC. This is different for anyone, so I'm basically going to keep it out. But I am going to update the README. Development, not usage is exactly for development in this case. And spin up one build the development image by running, I guess, bash make image def. Make bash, and then the second step would be enter a bash shell in the development container using by running bash make bash. All right, so this worked. Uninstall clean. Fair enough. Exit. Tried. Okay. Let's see how this is make bash. But I end up with my. Okay, perfect. No. Okay, this is weird. Let's try this again. Make clean. Make clean. Make bash. Okay, now you see the VN marker is there. That was confusing. The first time around, it wasn't there, as you can tell here. So I was inclined to believe that we weren't inside of the VN. Now I have at least a double marker for the container. Um, using the Docker container, development container, Docker development container, and simplify your developer experience, providing parity, close parity between your dev env and production. Um, we will be shipping containers. Eventually, second point would be removing the headache of getting all tools not managed by Poetry, Python package manager, removing the headache of getting all tools on your workstation. Went ahead of getting all tools aligned with the rest of the development team. Again, parity. And then simplifying towards using Docker Compose to test the whole setup in a more test your app against other services that it may depend on. Right, I guess these are almost fair reasons. Bash, configuring your bash environment for the ease of use custom parameters. Makefile can be overridden by your own private.mk by modifying parameters. .mk makefile parameters can be set by modifying parameters.mk file parameter or by setting your private customizations in. This was not convenient. Which is git ignored. I don't even know. Did I already? No, I didn't. Which is git ignored. Which should be. I have an example inside of the agent in the README. Come on. README. Parameters. Here we go. Note in your private.mk, you can simply find variables. That's a bad example. I'm just going to drop this here. This is an example of a makefile. exit. Come on, I can't type. So I'm just going to say the Docker private args variable is used in the make file to pass that nvars into the container. You can override what this variable contains by setting the following into your file, make file. Yeah, well, fair enough. Secret 1, secret 2, 1, secret A. Come on, this is for B, right? Value C. I don't know. This is just app variable C, app variable B, app variable A. Yeah, enough of an example. Override what this variable contains by. You can set. This is fine. I think you can work with this. Custom parameters, configuring your bash, customizing bash environment for the ease of use. You can tweak your bash environment by setting, updating, by defining file that I guess it's at home there /bash rc, which should be like that. I can open that over here and that example in here. The following is the bash rc that say bash rc that does the following. One finds the prompt variables, configures coloring on exit if is equal to 0, 92. I don't know what 92 is. I should probably do it differently. 92. Maybe I should figure that out. Bash color codes. This is probably a good resource, or is it? Yeah, here, we should probably do that. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah, so here we go. Bam. So what do we, I don't know what 92 is. Light green. Light green, that's 92/E92M. Oh, check. That's same. Then we have 91, which is light red. Right? And then we can basically light green, light red. Is that how we use it? Or we do it this way. And we have end color. Maybe I think it's better if we say color. Nice and consistent color. Prompt style. Reset. I'll call it reset, right? And then I guess here, color set possibly works. situation. Well, fair enough. I think this should work. I'll just do color light green, color light red. All right, so we have 93. What the hell is that? Double check. Light yellow. What is it? 93 light yellow, right? And it's going to be here. Was the slash included? I believe it was. And we're going to color reset. There we go. Just do this consistently everywhere. It was funny. Light blue, color light blue, 94. So what is 4M underlined 4M underline. Yeah, and I'm going to rewrite all of that into blue, or what's the prompt? So 93. 93M is going to be a color light yellow. And then what is this? 4M color underline. And then we end it with 24. Knows what that is. 24. Nothing in here. Bash color codes prompt. Where is the source? What's the authoritative source? Here, Linux documentation. Worry about this. So here, 24. Nothing? Crap. Probably next. Cursor movement. 24. Next. All right, so it's probably not that one. E. A. Shit. Let's see. Yeah, 24. It's weird. Should at least be in the 24. Nothing. Gray. I probably should do that. Weird, weird, weird. Needs to be a table. Objects found to the blink attribute because it's distracting and irritating. Fair enough. All right, so how about we go home? Loaded prompt colors dynamically. Let's see. It's weird. I don't think this is helping me. Back to whatever instigator was. Okay, if that doesn't help, then surely. Holy crap! For some reason. Okay, so 24. Underlined text. Okay, there we go. So prop color reset underline, right? So I'm going to say just color set underline. and do that. And then this is just going to be color reset. A little hefty is reset. 4M was come on, color underline. 93M is color light yellow. Only here. Seems like it. All right. Then we're going to prompt rename all of that. Does it look fine? Yeah, prompt underline, prompt red, prompt light green, prompt green. So these are just colors. I'm just going to sort them. This goes low. All right, cool. So probably. Yeah, actually, maybe it belongs together. Do all the resets belong together? I don't know. Underline, reset. There we go. That was it. Reset. Underline, reset. Bum, 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 bum. Prompt reset. I think we can put that up top. Colors. All right, fair enough. Let's just go here and exit, make bash. Happens. False. True. Oops. Ah. Ah, this is weirdly fucked. Let's just final look at this. Prompt exit status. Maybe I should. I don't even know if it helps. Come on. Oh, well, that doesn't work. Exit status. Prompt reset. I mean, the prompt reset does work. Um, prompt red. Yeah. Hi. And then prompt reset. Does this even work? Huh. It does work. Didn't completely botch it. This is not important. This is not important. Like, see, I fixate on these things right now. I just want to know why the hell this thing isn't working. To drop in here, look for the exit status, so false, and then false. Hell does not. This 27. Okay, that was an error. And then I say, well, echo, the last echo should have worked, so it should be 0, right? Okay, so we did get this thing. If it's 0, then echo E, prompt light green. Yes. No, exit, try again. Some shit. Yes, true, false. This should fail. Command not found. But apparently we get like question mark, like this thing passes this. And so what the hell is this? So figure this out. figure this out. Logging some bash. Yeah, fair enough. Let's just figure it out. A little bit of a yak shaving adventure. Yes, 0. This should fill. Oh crap, it didn't. Now, why did it not fill? Because this call here probably never happened. Probably just parse this, hard code in here. How do we change that? How do we dynamically read this value? Yeah, good question actually, because what is PS1? It's fucking hard coded. My mistake. Dynamically populate PS1 exit status. The internet must have an answer for this. Why does my checking my bra? I'll probably have some answers here, right? Highlight exit code. Exit code is question mark. Highlight exit code is getting next to the last command run, which is why I use a prompt command instead to build a prompt dynamically. Build prompt. Prompt command is build prompt. Is that something I need to do in my bash RC file? Last exit. Holy crap. How did I miss this? Exit status. Okay, so we're going to do that. I don't even know prompt command is build prompt. Right, and then we're just going to define build prompt here. Last exit. We already had this before. And then do here. PS1, we do an assignment. Okay, so we drop it in here. Come on. Make it easy for me. So if last exit is equal to 0, then we're just going to set PS1. Just do that right here. PS1 equals prompt like green. And we do that. Prompt reset. Maybe we just do space right there. Same the other case. We just change the ending up and we call that PS1. Right. And then in all cases, PS2 is just that. So cursor is going to be up. That's just what I want. Then we're just going to put it right in there, prompt cursor. There we go. There we go. I don't know what PS2 is for. I think that's whenever this thing doesn't really work. Drop the exit status junk. Let's also find out, use prompt command and set to build a prompt dynamically. This is only like rated up 3 times, so probably not even the right answer. But bash environment variables starting with prompt. All right, prompt variables. Come on, sometimes. Okay, seems to be just 2. All right, let's see if this thing is invalid. Breaks. Oh, the bash RC was loaded because we're now doing this. Why is it red? False. Red. True. True. Damn it. If last exit is equal to 0, we're just going to put last exit in there. Cool. All right, here we go. False. False. True. Damn you. What the hell am I doing wrong here if last exit is equal to 0? What if I do it like that, right? Tell me this is false. False. True. True. I don't know what to do here. I really don't know. I'm out of ideas. Because actually, let's just see. Yes, let's just put this in there because I don't think it ends up in the other prompt at all. No. So it always gets up in no case. True. False. Right. So something is clearly weird about this. No, so we ended up in no, false, no, true, no, true. What the hell am I doing wrong? It's this thing. We actually end up here. So we run this once. Blue pill, red pill. Just, come on. Let's have a look. Make bash. False. True. Well, it does enter into this function, but so bash if conditional again, $sign question mark. What was the right way to do this? Doesn't find this annoying. If condition leaves, that's not. I just want to do some equality check. Are we just doing this wrong? We end up in the red case all the time, so I don't even know if something off about. Should we see that? And weird. Double bracket syntax. You may have to count condition closing double square, which looks like double syntax reserves an enhanced version. It mainly has the same feature, but also some important differences. And getting involved and comparing string double syntax, globbing, anything. Right. Probably don't need globbing or splitting is prevented. Huh. Okay. Not expanding file names. I feel like I'm missing something. Let's just try this again. Made some minor tweaks. Zero, what the hell? Last exit. Weird. We always end up in the red case. Last exit. It's not 0. I said we're in the. fuck am I doing wrong, people? Build prompt. Do I do something else down the line? Big file. Yeah, it is. I'm at a loss. I'm going to abort this in a minute because this is not helping me at all. Last exit. Let me just see if there is an example. What about that not equal to 0? This is a weird one. Integer expression. Ugh. All right, so something was funky there. Huh. 8. Right. Yeah, whatever. End of buffer. We'll work with that. Huh, unsure. Right, so different case. Right, 8 dash. If condition statement that return value of the previously executed command and prints hi if completed successfully. I this command non-zero return code is a dash program for the return code. Here's like some of my own print high if that contain return codes. But yeah, so let's exit. People. Not quite. I'm setting up some build tools for a service I have to spin up, and I'm trying to figure out why some of the tooling isn't working as anticipated. Um, so that's currently helpful. I think what I'm going to do here, I'm basically just going to call this directly in there, see if that resolves the situation. Yeah, okay, this is not clever. This thing here is not valid bash. Yeah. Did you break your computer? Or do you mean like I broke the computer too, in addition to the other thing I was breaking last time? Yeah, so lame me. Um, of course, this didn't work because I had the function the assignment of this value into a variable kind of typecasted into a string, apparently. Um, I'm always breaking things. Story of my life. But we fixed it, so we're good. So now I can just verify. I exit, enter my bash script. Um, it should start red because, oh no, false, red, true, green, good. You have at least some visual feedback. Um, this thing here is not a command, so we clear that up. Then we go back to the documentation part where I can substitute this for the new thing. Configures coloring for the prompt red on when previous command failed, green when previous command succeeded, and that's the first thing we do. Uh, then the other thing is spin up the VN. Here, spin up the VN if not already set up. So that's and the next thing we do. Also, I'm just going to split the screen here so I can kind of like look at this in one place and look at what I'm writing about it somewhere else. Spin up VN if not already there. Um, start. Um, interesting. So not loading a virtual environment if it doesn't exist. If this, then it doesn't exist. We abort. Weird. Ah, okay. Imposter engineer hasn't broken the computer yet. But laptop is 3+ years old. Planning to replace it with another XPS 15. Sweet. Good machines. Um, virtual env is defined. Spin up the env if not already there and activate. Okay, so that's the VN, right? And we have some Nick shell related stuff. Ignore pip install upgrade pip to specified version in parameters parameters.mk unless we're Nick's hosted shell. Nick shell. Yeah, because the Nick shell doesn't have some of this tooling available. Anyways, we manage dependencies through Nix. All right, and then the last thing, load bash rc personal, which is going to be .home directory .bash rc personal. Standard bash rc as listed above and use your .bash rc personal file to override the bash shell as you please to configure, I believe, huh? Use bash rc. Bash rc. I should probably, let me see, work length. This is fine. Book non-existent file, private MK. Fine. This is all expected. Double check the bash or say personal thing. Okay, fine. Cool. All right, so our last commit allow users to write to poetry. Okay, so we're gonna fix that. So this here, users write poetry home directory, poetry home directory. Okay, and then we kind of like provide a stub. Bash user okay, and then I just provide some context. Why virtual env? Okay. I use virtual env to kind of like control Python dependencies. It's just a lot simpler to have like a venv that you can wipe, and then you don't have to install these dependencies into global scope on your machine and probably pollute things that are there. So it provides a nice level of isolation when you're doing Python stuff. And we spin up a venv inside of the container, and then we mount it on a folder that I can basically route into the container from my local host file system. So I don't have to rebuild things all the time. I can kind of like between sessions, shut down containers, spin them back up, but pull in the right venv within this bash shell. We can do what can execute all the commands you need. Poetry, Python, whatever, etc. Good. The processor engineer says it looks more like an exam. I feel like everything feels like an exam somewhat. So Docker env, and then we just say doc provide basic usage instructions. List basic usage instructions. All right, so how we're looking. So this is what we did. Nothing else pending. Yeah, trash that. Nothing else pending commit. So we're going to then check out stub project. Fast forward. Env. All right, and then from this point on, we're going to look into AppPy. Actually, what we need to do now is just exit. Now I can tell from the single caret or the single greater than that we're outside of our container. So we're going to make the image from scratch, clean setup, and then we're going to enter the shell. It's going to spin up the venv now because it realizes there's no venv in there, which is a little slow. Maybe I should provide more feedback. I'm in the bash RC. No, let's not touch the bash RC. No personal bash RC found. Fine. Let me see. The false thing works. Cool. Poetry install. Oh snap! Come on, tell me. Can you? Okay, maybe there's something in my stash. There we go. This is what we needed. Review.org. So poetry install. Log file. Perfect. So now we have a log file. So all of these files are part of version 1. Okay. Sure. Knit poetry. Poetry and track. It's actually a manifest, but manifest/log file, whatever. No one is going to judge me too hardly about this. And then we just do poetry add panic. Go. Cool. So what changed? All right, log file. So do I have any? Okay, so here, sure. Install Sonic. And then on this side, poetry, developer tools, rough. I need to black. Just do them one by one. Black. That's one. Well, let's deprecate it. Group def. All right, fair enough. Add it to group def. Right, and install pattern. Group def rough, and what was rough again? Python rough static analysis tool. Linter. Linter written in Rust. All right, so. Okay, I see. I prefer to use global on my local machine. Don't use env. You end up installing everything all over for each env, not writing production. Okay, fair enough. I have a lot of different projects, and then you end up with a lot of dependency conflicts because sometimes you have a different version of rough that needs a different version of XYZ, and then things start kind of like cross-talking. So the isolation just provides a lot more stability between different projects. And all of my projects are kind of like using different versions of things. And then all of a sudden you have a project where something seems to work and you don't necessarily know why. And that's just because it seems to find it in the global env. And you didn't explicitly put it inside of your manifest, for example, but still it managed to resolve the dependency. And that way it becomes a lot less explicit what you really want to bring into scope. But yeah, you only really need to worry about it when you have to do like ship production code and make sure you're pretty confident that things work and that you're very explicit about all the dependencies. Linter that we have. All right, so the last thing I needed was, I believe, pipe type. Let me just double check between the other project because I did, all right, here, set up pipe type that I installed last time. I don't need type. You have a start you. Look at this. This is what exactly what I was going for. Python requirement 310 less than 4, not compatible with some of the required packages. Fair enough. I can fix that. Oh, you have a startup. Yes, that too. But we do have different projects, Python projects that use different versions of different things. And I also do a lot of due diligence work, so then I'll have to dive into a different Python project written by someone else, and I'll just have to isolate their dependencies from mine. And sometimes I just don't want to. I don't want to install things in global scope. Come on, I'm using Nix OS. It's pretty clear that global scope and leakage is a problem for me. I'm one of those OCD type guys who are like, no, I kind of like want to have this like surgical skill isolation between my tools such that I can kind of like throw this over the fence and be extremely confident that whatever I specified in anywhere, that this is kind of like what works. I can basically promise people like, you know what, I threw this over the fence to you, it works. I'm going to take that part. So now I limited the Python range in my poetry file. Now PyType install, so I'm just going to do the chore. String Python to 310 type. I've seen this before. I probably made a typo. constrain. Yeah, cool. And then the poetry lock is now updated. PyType chore install PyType type checker. I already have PyWrite somewhere in there, so that is kind of like cool. Where are we? Where are we? Okay, we did a bunch of chores. Last thing I need to do. All right, so we're just gonna clean up the app file. Just rip everything out that we don't need, right? So none of this we need. Health endpoint, we're gonna rip this out. I'm gonna rip this out. That's implemented. That's the response. All right. Now, can't find. Okay, so let's fix that. Pyrite isn't found. Which pyrite? Which pyrite lang server? Is it not found? Weird. Py reload. Sometimes Emacs needs to do this to find things. So what is that? Oh, connected. Here we go. All right. So we have the language server helping out. What is this problem? We don't use the logger anywhere. Logger info. This is just a warning. Please do something serious here. Right, return empty, and then all this stuff we can parameterize it, but the API run was not defined. I guess that's because API has to be some static app. I don't fully remember what I did here, but I'm just going to cheat. Here we go. Service Python template. To rename something if here. Okay, what do we miss here? What did we miss here? The line says, oh, it already outlines OS. We don't know where that comes from. I believe. Right. OS is in scope. All right, make bash. Make bash. Yeah, it's a SANIC backend, but they all kind of like look the same, more or less. Let me see. SANIC. Oh, well, no module named SANIC. Did I forget to poetry install something? Hang on. What am I doing wrong here, people? Install SANIC. Yeah, well, should be there. Ah, yeah, fair enough. Poetry run Python. Okay, so that thing more or less runs. And one thing, oh, that's one more thing I want to test out. So poetry run PyTest. That command not found PyTest, so I have to set that up. Weird. I always thought, sometimes feel like PyTest is, which PyTest? Isn't it part of the standards suite? Maybe not. Let's see how I did it here. Is there anything? I probably do have a GitHub workflow def. Nothing specified therein. So let's see in the CI project. This doesn't tell me the command. Oh, here, poetry run pytest. Okay, so I had to install it here. So project pytest. Okay, so we did install it. All right, cool. Here we go. Back to the surface template. Poetry at group def pytest. Boom, 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 boom. Yep. Cooking up some backends, and then the next thing I want to get to is the Dockley stuff, Dockley. Just figure out how that works. See if it's convenient enough. Install. All right, cool. Now I can stuff that. Nothing in there. I can. Oh, no, I probably should do this and take test app. You know what? I don't think we need to do this. I think that poetry test app with Sonic ASGI else. Okay, so this one we can remove. All right, let's see what happens if I poetry run pytest. Folder, or does it find these things automatically? No, Sonic testing, fair enough. So we have to do that. Poetry add Sonic testing. So we don't have to do that. Let's just install the dependency. Yeah, poetry is like a very nice dependency package manager for Python. Everything or a lot is it's a lot more declarative than requirements.txt. You get to isolate your def dependencies from your actual app dependencies. So it's actually really slick. I love it. Yeah, you could say it's kind of like npm for Python. Yeah, I think there are a bunch of ways of doing it, but poetry is considerably more robust. I mean, like anything like conflicts are a lot clearer, so it's just so much more pleasant to work with. For install. Um, right. So let's see what happens now. Ah, that's a good one. Okay, it was group def. Okay, cool. I don't know. I've broken poetry run pipe. See what happens. Does it fail? All right, I need to install a suitable plugin for your async framework, for example, NEIO, PyTest async IO. Interesting. I think I used async IO before. Let's make sure. Yeah, it's async IO, so let's just stick with it. Poetry add F async IO. Used Twisted like what, eight, 8 to 10 years ago for the last time now. I have no idea what it does. Yep, looking for one of those? Yes. Poetry makes life considerably more pleasant, and it will yell at you if the system isn't in the right configuration, like Python versions don't match or whatever, it'll just yell at you nicely. So you can figure it out before trying to run the app and then finding out that someone is importing a module that is at a wrong version and somehow something doesn't work. That happens far too often when you're either using pip or whatever other like PyPy type of um, basic package manager options were available. All right, so this one is there. Track this. Sure. That's all like async IO. Go. Um, so weird. I broke my. I'm not sure why it's so broken. Oh, also the bash RC kind of like gives me like history. I break my prompts, nothing really saves me. So I don't know why I broke the prompt. Anyways, one test passed. Okay, so let's just get these things like scope and then pi poetry run black everything. I just say everything at pi. One file formatted. What was it? Some white spacing, right? And then let's just do a little rough thing. All right, poetry run pi type. Do we find any errors? Computing dependencies. Analyzing the sources. Success, no errors found. All right, so feed stub basic alt endpoint. It's a stub, so it's not supposed to work. So there we go. Now we have this. Now we're going to do an experiment, right? So I'm going to start here for experiment with read doc with API docs. Read doc. Call it O1. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to try this. All right, so read doc. Sage. How does this work? Let's just read about the workflow's purpose. Also, I just have to run to the bathroom, people, so give me a second. I'll be right with you. I'll be right back. Just gotta go take a glass of water and take a little break. Y'all go grab a glass of water if you can do so. And I'll see you on the other side in a short while. Elevator music. for ran some errands for the missus earlier today, and she does need the receipts. Ship the lunch boxes, and I took pictures of some of them. In the morning, sometimes I ship like a bunch of packages with tracking links, and then I typically take pictures of the receipt along with the label on the package so she can kind of cross-reference and figure out who to send which tracking link to. And I always kind of like forget to sync the at the moment, you're having all the boxes and you walk out. That's one thing I typically. Cool. So we are back online. I'll hide that. I'll double check to see if, well, the audio seems back on. So audio, yeah, cool. Oh, this time, oh, it's still on the same. My bad. This on. Okay, cool. We're in. All right, let's get done. External redox. So let's see how does this work for past years and blah blah blah. Authoring via scope plugin, template repository. So let's see what that looks like. How to use the starter. Still Node.js. I don't need Node.js. I don't want Node.js in my project. Okay, so this is how you have to define it. All right, very simple schema. JSON reference. Can you test it against the real API? Okay. Markdown and redoc, will render this at the top of the doc. Security schemes, blah, 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 service, list of your service, each of the URL. Let's take a look. Standard, some info, and tags, servers, paths, and then you refer to the different things. All right, so how do you do it cross repository? Source control, yeah. API registry, or API registry validates and bundles your open API definitions and keeps track of them. Cool. All right, quick start. All right, if you prefer watching a video, here's the link to the API registry tutorial. Cool. To learn more about how the API registry works, starts from the overview page. Make sure to fulfill the following prerequisites for working with the API registry. Create an account and redocking workflows. You can register for an account directly in the workflow page, or by using the invitation link from an existing workflow user. Depending on the registration method you use, you will either create a new organization, join an existing one. Create an account with a version control service. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Set up your API definition project. In this step, we will use our template GitHub repository. Set up our API definition project. Log into the use this template. That's a starter. I think we have it open here. Create new repository from dialog. So you select it. Private, select the create repository. Yeah. Add your API definition to the registry. On the API, add API, so that's there, and then dialog for adding new API definitions opens and choose GitHub recommended. Yeah, in the source settings under GitHub organizations. Yeah. select GitHub organization. Fair enough. Then select the repository. Under repository, select, yeah, okay, cool. Name, what is this? Path to your root file. Okay. Branch used for your production deployment. Okay. Cool. So validate your API definition. Validation status of your API definition, API registry, start a new build. Okay, so it's basically just looking it up from the Open API folder. All right, so we're going to create a plus. Going to dirad and we create an Open API folder. Boom, there we go. On the log detail space, looks for validation status message. If it's validated, select Open API to access some handy options like downloading API definitions as a JSON or YAML. Where was this? Select Open API 1. Where was that? Link to this page. Link to your password protected API definition. Preview API reference based on this API definition. Okay. So start a new build and validate the API definition again. Select restart. I don't understand. This one, this is the one. Okay, so this is the page. You can restart. You can click one for the assets. Read your API docs, and this step will preview the automatically generated API documentation for your API. On the overview page of your API version, find the primary branch. Select this button to access the docs for your. All right. All right. Okay. I think roughly I got some sense of how this is going to look. Let's see. Registry overview. Single source of truth for your API definitions. Branches contain primary branch has snapshots. Okay, API has versions, has branches, has which contain primary. All right. Add an API. An API is represented by a name and is a concept that is represented. It represents the set of use cases the underlying API will offer. Each version must specify a primary branch. Primary branch maps to the production build. Other branches map to preview builds. Fair enough. Primary branch, main. All right. Oh, that's a good one, actually. Let's just note to take while we're at it. All right. The usage. I'm just going to start a section called background. API and read docly, right? Or doc. Read docly. A primary branch is going to be main. Specific Open API definition version may have more than one branch. All right. Branch loosely mimics a branch in Git where you can prepare a change. Version will be connected to a source. I don't understand. Let's just assume we'll get back to that later on. So primary branch, I understand. Change primary branch at any time from the version setting. Snapshot refers to a bundled Open API definition. There may be many snapshots for any given branch. API registry links. Link to your bundled API definition from registering the other definitions. This helps use your API definitions as a single source of truth. Registry links. All right. You may link to a branch's latest snapshot. All right, so maybe we have to understand how this works because here, I believe these are links. This here, Pat's echo comes from Pat's, and then here, echo YAML. which provides basically the different endpoints and kind of like the fields, parameters, status codes, and all that, request body, and all that jazz. The README there probably tells us organize your path definitions within this folder. Path token, blah, 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 each path in the file, motivations, each operation in a separate file. You may also place each operation in a separate file. Yep. All right. The question, however, who populates these? As far as I can tell, this doc thing, this is just probably, I hope it's generated. Let's look at package JSON. Redocly, preview docs, lint, bundle. All right, so as far as I can tell, all the code in here is purely documentation. There is no, not particularly an example of code then outputting the open API spec, which is something that I would want. I don't want to maintain two separate documents. And I've seen it before. You just have to figure out what format Redocly is expecting so it can work with it. All right. Access controls, API registry links to snapshots. API registry links to snapshots may be protected by access controls or available to the public. Control access to your API registry links for each specific version from the settings. All right. Snapshots. Link to your bundled open API. All right. So you have bundled open API defs snapshot. Snapshots can link to bundled open API defs. When a snapshot link is used in any other registered open API definition, reference docs or proto development, it's recorded as a dependency. Okay. Snapshots. Point in time latest branch snapshots. There are point in time snapshots. All right. As well as latest branch snapshots. A point in time snapshot will always will always reference the same document. An example of a non-functional latest branch snapshot. Demo org bundle def blah 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 blah. Non-functional point in time snapshot. What is that? Okay. You may access the snapshot in YAML or JSON. Can be selected from the interface. Have to find your snapshot links. That's how you find them. Usages. Use your link like you would any other URL from within other API definitions, reference docs, or developer portals. Boom, 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 boom. Yep. Access control. Snapshot may be protected by access control on a version level. I think restricted to all snapshot for a given API version. Okay, versioning strategies. An API has one or more versions, but what's a version versus an open specific open API definition? All right, how do they do it? Follow open API evolution practices, which mean your API will only have one version and evolve over time. Most changes are non-breaking changes. Traditionally, breaking change will be introduced as a new API operation. Then users will be migrated away from the deprecated API to the new API operation. Then the deprecated API can be removed without consequence when there is no usage. It's awesome because supporting one version of an API is much easier than supporting multiple versions. Sometimes API evolution is impossible because clients refuse or are unwilling to. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Your API will have one version only, main, other versioning strategies. Different version is involved publishing complete and discrete. Different versions available to the clients simultaneously. This may be done in many ways, including designating the version in server base URL, my preferred method. Oh no, not base URL, actually path is my preferred method. Headers, credentials, track follows a blend of evolution and traditional versioning. Each version of the API can evolve until the risk of breaking change. At that point, a new version is created and tagged to the release date of that version. The API credentials are pinned to a specific version. The user may change the pin to the most recent version at the time. New version is created and tagged to the release date. Do I understand this? Fair. Tag to the release date. Okay. Other organizations may follow a periodic release cycle. For example, release a new version of the API on March 15th every year. Yeah, that's weird. Whichever way you version outside of API evolution, it requires making multiple versions in Redocly API registry. Fair enough. Version sources. You will be publishing a specific Open API def tied to each version. Redocly gives you the freedom to decide how to do that. You may add another root file to your existing OP and API definition repository, root file versioning, entirely new repo versioning, new long-lived branch in an Open API definition repository, branch repo, fork repo, branch-based versioning. Pros and cons to each. Best strategy by considering our API development history and expected future change patterns. Modern versions are actively under development and mostly share the same schema. A root document for version in a single repository may be the best approach. If versions are mostly treated as a history of breaking changes with few or no changes made after the new version is created, then a forking or branching approach may work best. Gotcha. Okay. Root file versioning. Okay, cool. That seems simple. Pick the root file. Yeah. The path to your root file. Yeah. Okay. Multiple versions supported in production for extended periods. Evolution of more than one version. Overlapping components, schema parameters, definitions, etc. Okay. Branch-based versioning. That may be difficult to manage with multiple branches diverge, with no expectation to converge. It's a good fit if the versions are sequential and mostly done when the next version is branched. Fair enough. It seems tricky. Repo-based versioning. Different versions of the API definition, different Git repositories. It's a complete reinvention, usually with no shared schemas, no shared team members, still addressing the same underlying use case. If an API is addressing different use cases, perhaps different API completely. Yeah, API discovery. How to discover APIs in the registry. Pagination, filter by labels, sort. Next to guides. All right, so how does this work? How to add files. Probably won't do any of this. This happened on the Windows machine, you can tell. Let's look at the CLI. Open source command line tool that makes it easier to work with Open API definition files. You can split large files into smaller files and manage them with your favorite version control service. Commands, rules, and plugins help you validate. Redocly also integrates with other Redocly products such as API registry, superior performance, multi-file approach, validation. Next to quick start, get yourself a GitHub account, install Node.js on your local computer, clone the Open API starter project. Okay, we're back to that. Reinstall Redocly CLI from Open API starter. Oh, I have some interviews to conduct later on, so I can't lose sight of that. 1400 should set alarm. Should have an alarm set. Here we go. Alarm set. 2 hours 46 minutes from now. Pressing basic commands. Bundle. Validate. Got an error. Received a warning. Split. Okay. Preview docs. All right. So SANIC Open API. Let's see what's the latest. 2112. Is this official? This is official. All right. Replaced by SANIC extensions. The project will continue to be monitored, but no new features or major development is anticipated. SANIC extensions contains a near one-to-one upgrade if you're using SANIC Open API. with OAS free. Cool. All right, so SANIC extensions officially supported, plugin developed and maintained by the SANIC whatever organization. Primary goals, projects to add additional features, API and web application development easier, to make that easier. Okay, course protection template generating. Okay, minimum requirements, SANIC 21.9. Best method is to just install extensions along with SANIC itself. I don't even know if I have it. Out of SANIC extensions will enable a bunch of features for you. You need to do nothing. It is installed. You need to do nothing if it is installed in the environment. It is set up and ready to go. All right. So how is it using SANIC extensions in the background? It's not completely clear. I'm guessing that it's using it. Extend. Okay. Okay. So you don't have to do anything for that. All right, cool. So let's just look at basics. SANIC extensions is in a large way the successor to the SANIC Open API project, which entered maintenance mode upon the release of SANIC extensions. Out of the box, provide automatically generated API documentation using the version 3 Open API specification. Exactly. There's nothing special that you need to do after doing this. You now have beautiful documentation already generated for you based upon existing application. All right, so that means I should be able to actually vterm poetry run Python app. So the server's running on, well, it's running in production mode, so I'm very clearly not going to find anything. Huh. Oh, I don't believe I'll find anything here. Okay, figure this out. Yeah, how does that work? How does this work? How does that work? Debug true. Okay, so I have to set something. Can I set that in some flag? Huh. All right, so SANIC CLI. Huh. Okay, so maybe I should use the CLI. Running and deploying. Running SANIC. Using the CLI. Okay, so where does this bring me here? SANIC server app host, blah, blah. Okay, so we're going to switch it up. Poetry run SANIC. Is that it? Oh, this is not going to work actually. Okay, fair enough. So this it just has to be app.app. Yeah, confusing. If you initialize SANIC as an app in a file named server.py, and you could run the server like so, server.app. All right, let me see if I can get to that. App.app. Module is not a SANIC app. It is a none type. Hang on. Let's see what this thing looks like. These are equivalent if name is equal to that. All right, so give me app main. I can also rename this to app. Here. Actually, whatever, who cares about the name? I'm not gonna fiddle around with that right now. App is fair enough. It's not that. It's basically so I believe the name here is app.api. There we go. All right, so debug. All right, cool. Does seem to run. Right. I don't see anything about port specifications. So how do you do that from PS? PS like a NAT stat. I don't even know. I'm not going to. I don't even know if I'm doing this the right way. I'm very certain I'm not doing this the right way. Okay. Probably should update the README actually. Begin batch. Gap in development. Okay. Batch and poetry on Snake app.api debug. Cool. Okay. This. ASGI compliant preferred ASGI web server runs SANIC, which I already do in the Docker file for basically runtime or execution. So we can do that later. Ooh, best practices. Don't get distracted. Logging. I did some logging shit yesterday. I want to see if I did it the wrong way. It would be this. Logger info. We just got it from there. Fair enough. Changing SANIC loggers. Use your own logging config. When you initialize, here we go, logging config. If you're serving a high number of requests and performance is a concern all the time, logging out access logs adds up. Okay, this is a good opportunity to place SANIC behind a proxy like Nginx and do your access logging there. Cool, access logging. All right, I don't need any of this, right? So let's go back to the topic at hand. Like this is where we're at. We need to figure out like how the hell did we get to this? Because, weird. Well, fair enough. Doc shouldn't be there. Docs should not be there. Okay. The getting started is missing something like officially supported, blah, blah. The best method to that. Okay, extend your application, a bunch of features for you. SANIC ext. Okay, so maybe I should just have a quick okay. Also, I probably should rename this. There we go. Probably not there. Sanic ext. All right. Which other extensions are in there? Because like I may want to use them. Actually, I can probably. There we go. Right. For XD. Um, I'm missing something. I'm missing something. This would be something really simple. Actually, let's see. So I have get do some junk. And these are HTTP goodies. Configuration. You can configure in all of the same ways that you can configure SANIG. That makes configuring SANIG extensions very easy. Huh. Probably it's just not there. Okay, so we have to install it first. SANIG ext. Poetry, SANIG ext. Let's see how it's installed typically. So I don't know. I don't know what ext. Nothing in there. Right, so look. Install this. Install both. The guy. That's it. So right now, it's not completely clear if this is like a regular. It's a regular dependency. People, this is simplify life. Poetry. Also, see. No, I don't want that. I just want to split it. Pi go. Right. So Sonic ext. So right. Anything that's to out of there? Nope. It seems fine. Sure. Install. Right. So give me. Oh, sweet. Look at that. There we go. So that's how it works, people. So now we have. Come on. All right. Very basic. Fair enough. All right. So then the next thing mm, we wouldn't want to expose this. We'll think about that. We'll think about that. Let's hide that. There we go. This is, how do we do this? Run the app in development mode. Okie dokie. So that's just background notes. I don't need to commit that for now. Okay, so we like that. Right, let's continue reading. What? Add. All right, so 6. Check out the section configuration to learn about changing routes. Fair enough. I don't need that. Using redoc, that's what it would look like. Come on. Don't tell me that redoc is already in there. It's not. Not a dependency. Using redoc. Is there not a section on that? No, weird. Using Swagger UI. Getting a specification metadata. If you want to change any of the metadata, you describe a method. All right, Markdown is supported. Cool. Do we need anything else? W, let's go. You have a choice to use one or both of them out of the box. The following endpoints are set up for you with the bear/docs. Displaying read. Okay, cool. So we are doing store doc indicate how to right. We'll rewrite the history later on. So usage. Access in the application as necessary. So localhost/docs for doc localhost dash open API.json. Okay, so these are the endpoints we need to forward. Oh. I'll just put that my JSON prefix box, right? Open API spec in JSON form. In JSON, obviously. It's redoc. Swagger. Docs open API/config. Weird. All right. So or actually, we'll just copy this over for an API. There we go. These, I'll go one deeper. URI path to Swagger, fine. Decorators. Primary mechanism for adding content to your schema is by decorating your endpoints if you have used Sonic OpenAPI in the past. Familiar, fair enough. OpenAPI summary description, fine. That is sufficiently clear. You'll see a lot of the below examples reference a model object. For the sake of simplicity, examples will use user profile. It'll look like. I don't think I completely registered. model objects. Ah, okay. Class user profile. Oh, this is just a Python class. So. Definition, so I can deprecate them. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like. Open API. I can be extremely verbose about what we do here. All right. All right. So what does it look like? Body user profile. User profile comes from class. Uh, I wonder if these are all effectively the same. I mean, like, I guess the content's different. Request body is different. All right. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Description, just text. Okay, points to something else. Exclude. Route definition like other dictionaries can be used. Okay. I don't understand that. Can be used on route definitions like all the other decorators. It can be called on a blueprint. I don't know what a blueprint is. Oh, maybe it's an open API blueprint. API blueprint, a powerful high-level API description language for web APIs. Boom. All right, API is simple and accessible to everyone involved in the API lifecycle. Its syntax is concise yet expressive. With API blueprint, you can quickly design and prototype APIs to be created or documented. Test. All right, like that. Can I switch off the fucking colors? I can't. All right, I'm just gonna have to work with this. Focus on collaboration, both encourage dialogue, blah, 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 open, completely open source under the MIT license, transparent, blah, 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 and home on GitHub, recognized by GitHub, search for API blueprint on GitHub, using language API blueprint query. The media type for API blueprints is VND API blueprint, built for better API designs. It's built to encourage better API designs through abstraction. The goal of API blueprints is to couple elements of API to enable modularity while encapsulating backend implementation behavior. For example, model your data first using the data description syntax. All right. Well, okay, so we're going back to Markdown, I guess, and use and reuse the data in your endpoints. All right, fair enough. Design first. Awesome tools. All right, with editor ready. API blueprint. Plain text. Fine. I think it's Markdown like. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Is this going to become a beautiful side quest? Emacs. Ooh, snap, snap, snap. We are side questing, people. We are side questing. Well, actually, here, let's go to D. What is that? What is this mad hell? Is it? Ah, okay. Well, it's not a lot of stars. Oh, it's an Emacs repo. So hey, of course, there are not a lot of stars. API-B. All right. So we're gonna install this. We go to our conf. Here we go. That's a messy configuration, and we broke it the last time. Do something here. So remind me what we were doing. Weird, weird, weird. What is this? What is failing? Show warning. Activation package. Service is. We change. Close. Close. Anything change in a mix default mix, Emacs default mix. Language tool. We didn't terminate this thing. Fair enough. Okay, so where were we? Here. Here we go. That should fix it. But we're now doing an unrelated side quest, so I'm commenting that out. Can I comment elsewhere? Ah, it is up the async angle. All right, so spell checking. Let's just what do we have? Natural language. So that we don't need markup languages. Da-da-da, da-da-da. This is going to be a DSL, and we're going to add it to the what was it? API blueprint. Blueprint, right? Let's just have a look here at how we've done it before. Here it goes. Boom. There we go. Now the APIB mode, that's probably what's being exposed. So we're just going to APIB mode, APIB mode, and basically going to rip it from this thing. Let's have a look. All right, so the file hasn't changed because we commented some stuff out, right? Also, we unstage it. We're not looking at the language toolbit anymore. We're also not looking at my magic point nonsense. That's going to be a struggle for a different day, but we are looking at any of this stuff, the EGOT stuff. We don't need to pay attention to for now. Let's just kind of like forget that. So this part, API blueprint, which I'll actually, I'll probably just mark it as a work in progress to be able to later on figure out what the hell I'm up to. Tangle. Actually, first we evaluate. Let's see what happens. Does anything crash? All right, seems like it did run. Also, I'm going to run make test here to make sure that that's still working. Nix FTW. Looking okay. All right, come on. Still building some stuff. All right. All right, so it's a valid configuration. So I'm basically just going to adopt it. Close that. This one. Here. We are just going to track it as for install API API blueprint support. Right, cool. Then I've heard something, a notification, and I have no idea for the life of me where it came from. I'm going to try to stay focused, so I'm not going to look for it. We go back to our template project, switch that up. Bum, 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 bum. All right, we just keep that tab open, this Emacs blueprint thingy. This one, and then we start with for the API blueprint tutorial. So here we go, new tab. This is kind of like annoying to read, but middle of the day, I'm like forced to play, and that I'm enjoying dark mode. There's nothing here to. Is there like a reader mode? Not to my recollection, at least not here. All right, cool. So here we go. First step for creating blueprint is specify the API name and metadata. This step looks as follows. All right, we're just going to play around with this. Give me some understanding of where we already installed Sanity.exe. Indicate how to run the app in dev debug mode. I'm going to park my nodes. So all the nodes are going to park API redoc nodes. That's gone. Then what I really wanted to do, rebase interactively. Cancel. Yes. Rebase interactively. Shift the order. Right. Cool. Then installed Sanic ext. We're kind of like in our redoc 01 experiment, but we're starting a new experiment. So I'm going to start a new branch. I'm going to call it vx learn API B, right? So not to get it all mixed up. First step for creating blueprints is specify the API name and metadata. So let's just do that jazz. Blueprint starts with metadata section, but all right. So how do we do this? I'm going to open, so say like play.api b, I think. So we just say format API, right? That seems to work. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this thing. No click button. There's no copy button for clicking. Okay, so here. Blueprint starts with metadata section. In this case, we have specified that the format has the value of 1A. The format keyword denotes the version of the API blueprint. The version of the 1A. All right. Okay, so that's the version. API name and description. First heading in the blueprint source is the name of your API. All right. Pulse. Heading starts with one or more symbols. Blah. Okay, so it's marked down. API name here is here uses one hash to distinguish it as the first level. The number of you will just okay for now. This is just basic markdown stuff. Following the heading is a description of the API. Okay, further reading, further headings to break up the description. Resource groups. Now it's time to start documenting API resource using a group keyword. Okay. All right. So let's just play. Let's play the game. Group questions. Resource related to the questions in the API, and then another. It's not within the questions resource group. We have a resource called question collection. Okay. And then actions. API blueprints allow you to specify each action you make on a resource. All right, so walk down the stack. List all questions. It's a get. Cool. An action should include at least one response from the server, which must include a status code and may contain a body. All right, so here we go. This is something concrete. Where was this? Was this listed here? Weird. Weird that in my case, I don't know. If I close this and I open it again, maybe I should finalize the configuration to tell this thing to auto mode a list API B, right? Add to list. Conf. So yes, if we were to say add, actually, we mark this as a you want server programs, add to list. Yeah, cool. Can we do add to list, but only if the element is unique? If it isn't there yet. Okay, cool. If it isn't there yet, so it already does that. So I go back to A, and then I do remember seeing it somewhere else. Let's see, where did I use this? Eval after load. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, and then I go back to A, and then I say load API B mode. I'm guessing, and then add to list. Auto mode a list. Auto mode a list, and we're just going to. I'm just going to copy it. Actually, I'm not going to bother to try to spec it out. That up API B mode, and this is just going to be API B. And I believe that, I don't know, do you kind of like configure this? I don't know. I don't know if you run this. Actually, no, I don't think you do it. You just config block. Let's look at a conflict block. Yeah, I think we just run the conflict block. That's probably the cleanest way to do it. So back to A and find a low and in there. Clean. You don't need to do this whole eval after load thing. I believe that at this point, the moment we use the package, we can already configure API B files. Thing cool. So we're back to this one. I close. Play. All right, fair enough. This is what it's going to be, right? Once you have written your first API blueprint, you can discuss the API design with friends and use the tools for API blueprint, for example, to render, generate a mock of your service and start testing your backend implementation. Ha! All right. Follow the. Oh, wait a minute. We were already doing that. So here. An action should include at least one response from the server, which must include status code and body, defined as a list of items within an action. Lists are created by preceding list items with either plus, asterisk, or dash, or minus. Hyphen, that's it, actually. All right, so makes sense. Specifying the media type after response status code generates a content type. Blah, blah, blah. Where's that? Can you see it? Content type. Here we go. Is it optional? I don't know. It's just status code and content type. Ooh, will be interesting to see how you specify errors. All right, cool. Specifying the media type generates. Okay, cool. You don't have to specify. Okay, cool. This is good to know. Pulse resource is a second action which allows you to create a new question. Huh. So that would be the second action because I believe that group. No, this is an action. I believe. Is it? I don't know. No, that's it. Question. All right. Second action is a post. I should have realized that looking at it that the verbs are on the level. You may create your own questions using this action. It takes a JSON object containing a question and a collection of answers in the form of choices. All right, fair. I can fox with that, Louis would say. This action takes a JSON payload as a part of the request as follows. All right, so something's off. So we have a second action. We have a description showing the structure we would send to the server to perform this action. So question string, blah, blah. And then we take a JSON payload as part of the request as follows. Okay, so this is just specs. This is inputs. All right, see, this is how you learn. Going through the motions. Okay, so these are inputs, and then this is a request, and then this is how we specify a response. It's by keyword. If we don't have the keyword, request or response, then it's inputs. Right? Yeah, fair enough. Okay. This example returns a 201 status code along with HTTP HTTP headers and a bot. Okay, so this is how you spec that. Cool. Kind of like nice to see their standards for these things. I didn't even know about this one. All right, cool. So the next resource is a question resource. All right, single question. So resources. So we have API resources. And maybe this is also a good opportunity for note taking web. So I'm just going to put it here, API. And then concepts are API resources actions. And I probably don't need to do that. Here we go. These are the relevant concepts that we're looking into. So resources, actually just for actions, I can either formulate them as, so for inputs, they're either like name, type, description. And for requests, the formatting is request. What is it, MIME type or yeah, I don't know. It's not MIME type. That's not a word here, but content type. Yeah, content type, MIME type, potato, potato. Kind of like a similar idea, different. Different substrate. So then we do response, and then of course status code becomes relevant, and then again content. It's kind of like the language effectively. Is that correct? Yeah, seems like it. All right, cool. So we were down to the last fifth question. Single question. You pick it up by ID. The URI for the question resource uses a variable component expressed by URI template. All right. In this case, there's an ID variable. You can call the question ID represented in the URI template. Okay, cool. Just double check that I understand the formulation of this thing correctly, because this is actually a resource. Yeah. Resource, we can formulate it as source name, path, and then path on URI templates. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna literally do what they did. ID, where ID. You're right, parameters, so we have to define them. So parameters. Parameter. Nothing in it. It just contains children. Parameters. Contains parameter entries, which are name, type, and kind of like description. So this is a common pattern. Same thing you do with inputs. In the same style, like action inputs. Enough. Specifies. Specify parameter entries as children. Okay, this is better for future self to understand. Is a parameter for every action on this resource. All right, so the parameters apply to all actions in resource. If we template them in, right? It's defined here using an arbitrary number followed by a description for the parameter. Refer to API Blueprint. You're right. Parameter section for more examples. Wow, finger hurts a bit. Not sure what happened. I'm just going to drop a couple of links. All right, now resource has an action to retrieve the question's details. All right, so let's just drop this in there. Bum, bum, bum. Kind of cool. In there, I also skipped a step because we didn't talk about parameters that we kind of flirted with just a second ago, which are on the resource level that is there. Cool. And that was it, right? Yeah, exactly. So now we're back on track. Response without a body, that's this one, right? We just put it in there. Complete blueprint. You can find an implementation of this API at blah along with a complete poll API blueprint in the blah. You can also enjoy it rendered on API. Let's look at it. Let's look at how beautiful this looks. It's a style thing, right? Who cares? Implementation. Oh, cool. And then you have this whole thing, and then we have the Swagger YAML, which kind of like defines exactly this API. All right. All right, cool. We need to look at something else here. What is Dread? I've seen it before. HPA. Oh, cool. Where's your API description and step-by-step validates what your API manager applies. Oh, sweet. We freaking need this. All right. How do you work? How do you work with this? Quick start. Oh, it's an NPM thingy. Okay. API blueprint. We get this blueprint, and if you have a blueprint, create a file called API description API and the root of your project. Say what the following content. Implement your API. And now let's go to thing and that's just the API. Dread API description API up. Boom. Nice. I like it. I like it. What was it again? I like it. Picasso, like Louis is out, not feeling too well, so I gotta kind of like score Louis points. All right, all right, all right, all right. It's roundabouts lunchtime, and I've been up for quite a while, so I maybe should figure out an opportunity to get something to grub. All right, so the complete pull API blueprint, the blueprint examples. Okay, note you can look at glossary of terms, meaning clarification, blueprinting tools, tooling section. All right, cool. So let's look at the tooling section, right? Okay, this is not what I want. Node.js wrapper, mock server. Hey, Oz. Let's see what Oz is up to. Got some messages from Oz. Let's see. How you doing, bud? Hey, Oz, what's good? I'm in the middle of some Python fiddling on stream. So yeah, hoping y'all are doing well. Keep me posted. Also, don't be a stranger. Come and hack along sometime when you want to be on stream, just working on some random stuff. Python, probably looking at my shitty code. I could always use a good roast. Yeah. Alrighty. Parse written for JavaScript. They don't mention Dread, do they? Maybe that's my mistake. Dread. There we go. They did. They did. What I do want, I want to see, I mean, on the editor front, this is logical. That would be testing. That's kind of what I want. Is there something else other than Dread? Phoenix docs. That's food. Until to validate your OS as well. Happy to hear that. Add your own tool, write your own API blueprint tool, add it to the list. Okay. Weirdly enough, my brain blanked on that one. I was looking at it, it's completely not relevant to me, but somehow I just blanked. All right, renderers, this is useful. You probably want to be able to just quickly look at it. Okay, neither of these are strong contenders. All right, so now you're ending up in like the situation where you kind of like have to figure out like, if I write the API blueprint, I keep it in the repo, then I probably want to run breadth tests against it to just double check that we're still compatible. Right, so let's just look at the implementation repo. Because Zayden wrote their service being, what was it, Python service, I believe, yeah. Should I write a Python service and they have like Gred, like configuration in here, which kind of like just ignores the, okay, and then uses this blueprint, which they probably also uploaded to a apiary. Funny. Funny. How many IP, how many files are in here? Probably just one. And the question is, which one is the authoritative file? Is it the Swagger YAML, the API B? I'm guessing that you go from API B, something else, right? Workflow. This is a workflow question. So let's go back. So I think we've seen a couple of examples. Let's go for the no. You've read the basic one. JSON schema, action request and response bodies and associated schemas describe the. Oh yeah, I am. Are we coding live? Oh, let me listen. Let me see what Oz is up to. Um, sure. All right, I'm gonna check in on Oz real quick. Give me a second, folks. Be right back. Exactly. Yeah, Sanic is fast enough. True. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Huh. Oh, it's all good. Yeah. So far, I like it. Scenic is pretty scenic or sanic. I don't even know what it's called, what the pronunciation is, but I like it so far. Yesterday, I spent like a bit of head wrangling around getting it to work nicely with this Bolt framework from Slack because I wanted to talk to Slack and they kind of like spin up their own run, kind of basically event loop, and then you have to figure out how to wrap Scenic around this other thing. Um, so sometimes that was a little that I'm still getting familiar with some of it, but I mean like at the like on the surface level, most of the stuff is similar anyways. You've seen it in some form if you've done something with Bottle or Fast API. A lot of the ideas are similar. Under the hood, it's AIO, HTTP, or whatever else is running there. So it's there are a lot of similarities between them. So I'm liking it so far. There's also I just discovered today that you do get a lot of nice open API tooling out of the box with Scenic. Some of the other frameworks also have that, but it's a nice thing that I don't have to really think about right now because we have to we kind of like have to design the APIs first. And I was kind of like diving into what are nice ways to do this or best practices, kind of like starting from scratch. Imagine if I didn't know what I know right now and I was able to start clean. What are the best tools for the job? So then I bumped into this thing just a minute ago or so called API Blueprint, which is a very it seems like a very old project, and you can basically like use a light markdown like format to just write the interface of your API to generate like API docs to use as an alignment tool. So you can talk about them, but you don't have to write Swagger specs. You can write something simpler and then think about what the shape of it should be. And then you can go into implementation, and then you have a way of running tests against that high level API blueprint against your implementation. And then obviously from your implementation, you can like poop out Swagger or Open API documentation right away. So that would kind of like be a nice flow to like start with this high level DSL, then write your API, make sure that the test tooling in between verifies that there is compatibility, and then produce the Open API stuff. Yeah. Ah, I don't think you should be dealing with them manually either. I think you should like because I feel like the source of truth should always be the code. If you're fiddling around with manifests, you're probably opening up room for there to be a conflict that you don't discover. So my philosophy would be let the code generate all the open API stuff because that's purely documentation. You should never touch it. And the only documentation that I'm touching is the high level document that I can literally test against the implementation to verify that it matches one to one. And probably that's the cleanest way to do it. Uh, oh, okay. Uh-huh. Jinja templates for the GUI thing. Okay. Yeah. Uh, you're talking about Starlet. Okay, I haven't really used okay, see, yeah, FastAPI as a wrapper around ASGI framework. Okay, now I see. Back to the basics. Okay. Hmm. I feel like Fast API is popular within the machine learning cohort, and then beyond that, people are using other things. Um, so yeah, I think for you, you're doing like, isn't your team doing a bunch of machine learning stuff? Not at all. Uh-huh. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hmm. Sure. I hear you there. Yeah. But then in that case, it makes sense to not over-engineer it. I would agree. Uh-huh. Uh, uh-huh. I hear you. Mm-hmm. I hear you there. That is definitely an issue. I feel like there's so much magic happening left and right with some of the libs that I'm using, and a lot of like dynamic spawning and monkey patching of classes into existence. So like you're like so much so that forget language server helping you out to find things. It's just all magic at some point, obfuscated away. I really hate that, but that's just unfortunately the way some of these things are built. So I had to like deconstruct kind of like what was happening inside of that bolt slack framework, because they just at some point they were just passing in objects of which the methods were kind of like methods and properties were kind of like dynamically determined during runtime based on some values. So the language server is like, I don't know, it could be anything. So now you're like, oh shit, I want to type this thing, but I have no idea what could be coming out of this thing. And okay, yeah, we're yeah. Are you there? Connectivity. The Telegram call got dropped. All right. So what are we looking at? So I'm trying to figure out. Okay. So this is also got to take it on my phone. Mic check one, two. Yeah, we're back. The yeah, reverse engineering the bolt the Slack bolt framework, because I just wanted to figure out what types are ending up in some places, and it wasn't clear from the documentation all times, which is another thing that I'm discovering. Like, holy crap! Like documentation is hard, because I'm reading through documentation left and right and realizing like there's something missing or it's conflicting to what is actually in the code. And then I sometimes hope that, okay, well, maybe language server will help me. But when you're doing like a lot of like dynamic, like during runtime monkey patching of stuff, it's really hard to solve these things with LSP. None of the type checkers can kind of like help you infer types at that point. So then you're basically back to like reading the source code of the projects and trying to decipher what may be happening. So yeah, that's just a little bit I hope that it reminds us whenever we do design like SDKs or whatever to kind of like try to keep things simple, because very often I feel like people try to do a lot of these clever things here and there, and it doesn't really help anyone, in my opinion. It just complicates the world. Ah, yeah, complaining at a high level. No, we have like wait list, and we're talking to a bunch of folks right now. But the new thing, we don't have anything live yet because we have to build the pipelines. So that's also why like we scoped the whole thing down to something simple. We're just putting a couple of very thin services up that can talk to each other to basically grok the information that we need, and that's gonna be build number one, a very rudimentary search feature effectively, and that's it. But yeah, just to get it started, I feel like the starting things is always the trickiest, not the trickiest bit. I feel like starting from scratch from a green field and having built like what 50s, maybe hundreds of different apps left and right, then you're kind of like quickly fixating on, oh, which is the framework to pick, and then you think you're just going to quickly pick one, but then you find yourself looking for like proper quote unquote benchmarks to figure out like what should be the best tool to use, and then also thinking about like, okay, shall I just like write it quick and dirty, or shall I figure out a language to like at least design things decently such that we have like a nice clean setup. um, and then of course deployment becomes then the second point where you try to deploy to render or to railway. I started off with render, then realizing that their their preview deployments always pop up under different domains, subdomains from them, obviously, which is understandable. But I needed something that deploys to a fixed domain because I have to basically provide redirect endpoints to the service we're talking to, and if the domain changes all the time, that just becomes like manual upfront, like effort to for every PR to go copy the link, go to the place, update it inside of the API console, which I kind of like want to avoid. So there are a lot of these workflow things that in the beginning are just a bit of an annoyance. Also, like one, yeah, render is just a pass. Like so, they're like Heroku, or it's like railway or render, or if you're doing on edge fly.io, but it's all kind of like the same idea. We'll take your app, we'll run it. We're still on render because I haven't had time to think about it. I decided that's a problem that's not important. When we merge the main, it deploys to like a deterministic endpoint, so that's fine. Um, like if I have to test things, I can spin up ngrok and then copy paste the link into the Slack developer console to like at least for that development session have the machine be at least have the ability for the machine on Slack side to find me. Um, and like the rest of the workflow stuff that is currently annoying and clunky will be able to optimize down the line. So right now, what I'm basically doing today is just setting up a baseline Python project, which I started this morning, making sure that the testing works. We have black PyTest, PyWrite, and all that shit just properly configured. I have like one basic endpoint that is there, and then we can start building it out. All good. Dinner sounds like a good idea for today. Maybe that's going to be my lunch option as well. No, no, no. Rails, you mean? No, no, no. It's it's just a Python app. Oh no, we're pivoting. So that thing is bigger, right? So we parked that for now because we needed a lot of UI things to be in place for that we can't build alone. And like all these like you know how this building front end, so like thousands of little bits of things that you have to implement, make sure they are somewhat coherent. We're now just building a search feature. So something that would have been a very small subset of the first idea which is just going to be search across your tools. We're just going to do that for now. Yeah, we're also using like we're using LangChain, possibly using LangChain for some of the search operations that we're running behind the scene. That's in Python. The open AI SDKs, like they have really good SDKs for Python. I think they wrote those first because the rest of the work they do is in Python anyways. So if we're gonna do anything ML nah or close enough to ML, then Python is such a no-brainer. So we decided like, okay, we're just gonna keep everything on the back end Python as much as possible. Then we can use the same configurations. The moment when we decide we're gonna Dockerize things, then we can basically start with the same Docker file templates, reuse them left and right. So it kind of like simplifies that problem down the line. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Louis is also coding. Louis knows C and Python. So yeah. So that's also why Python is a good pick because that means no one has to really learn another language. All of us kind of like speak the same languages anyways. So yeah, that simplified the whole deal considerably. Yeah, I'm like you're surprised I went back to Python. I'm actually like very indifferent when it comes to languages. For me, it really doesn't matter much as long as it gets the job done. So there's some things that I'll have like some strong opinion about what to use simply because I know about what the ecosystem provides, and that's the only reason why it makes sense. And then there are other things where yeah, I think I always inform myself based on what the ecosystem provides, how easy things are going to be. So you're hardly going to find me write something in Haskell if there isn't really a point to it. First of all, I'm not good at Haskell, so that's one of the reasons why I probably wouldn't. But other than that, I picked Node.js. Like I'll build something in JavaScript or TypeScript or Ruby or Python or Scala, depending on what makes sense. Node.js? Okay. Okay. They do, but I feel like in the tool there are kind of like solutions in the ecosystem because I don't have that same problem. I feel like once you have your node runtime pinned and your npm version pinned, then you can kind of like avoid some of these things because it often enough inside of your log files you already have like some scoping or constraining of the versions. It may happen that over time you have to go back and narrow things down because someone decided to like within the range of the semantic, whatever it was specified, it some dependency went to a version that isn't quite compatible. And sometimes npm doesn't figure it out itself. It feels like, but I had the same problem this morning with poetry as well, where I tried to install something and there was a dependency that couldn't work with a certain version of Python, and I just needed to then limit the Python version range a little bit more just to make it work. I think that's always happening when you have a bit more of these flexible versioning constraints, like oh, take major, minor, anything within that range, or take anything within a certain like minor range, and then of course somewhere down the line, one of these minor ranges becomes incompatible on the API front, and then things kind of like collapse. So, but yeah, really, pip env. So they fixed a lot of them. Oh, uh-huh. Okay, interesting. Maybe sometime in the future I'll give Pipenf another shot. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Oh, help with the deployment. Yeah, probably in a few weeks. I'll use Posys for now as much as I can, but in a few weeks I'm going to like set up a Kubernetes cluster, wire up Istio and all that jazz. And yeah, cool. Yeah, but the deploying to Posys that kind of like works because I can write my like CI files and stuff like the GitLab. I'm using GitHub, so I was struggling with GitHub Actions recently. Somehow I really don't like GitHub Actions compared to GitLab CI, but that's just a personal thing. Um, but we have that more or less working. The one thing that probably would require additional insight is when I want to spin up the Kubernetes clusters because I want to configure Istio. There are a couple of other things that maybe I want to have like set up right, and there's a bunch of tooling that I want to keep as simple as possible. So it would be nice to have another fresh take on what you would do today if you got to start from scratch. What are some of the tools you could pick to make life considerably easier? Um, we wouldn't have a lot of them, but we do want to have like some service mesh in between so we can like have like some security constraints that we can manage, and we can do some canary deployment stuff kind of like within the same toolbox. Then I don't have to bring in multiple different tools for that. So that this is kind of like the use case where I was thinking about just leveraging Istio. Yeah, true, but like we don't know where we're going. So like if we set up something basic in Istio, then it would already set us up for like gradually growing it out. Hmm. Fair enough. And you would consider Istio to be enterprise software. I feel the same when I look at what Istio does. I always like, snap, this is a lot of scope to bring in. Um, like 50 steps ahead. Yeah, fair enough. A different mindset. Hmm. Hmm. Absolutely. I hear you. I hear you. True. I feel like there's a yes and no to this because like there is this area where like if you deviate a lot from kind of like standard configurations, then yes, you're gonna be in a world of pain. If you kind of like stay within kind of like common use cases, then there's often less custom plumbing that you have to do yourself with the more battery included tooling that is already there. So I can like always have to find a balance. So like, okay, I could probably set this up rather easily just from scratch by using whatever's already batteries included, but that is going to require a little bit more extra work. Possibly it's a little more trivial to do this quickly by just pulling in this tool and using it in the classical scenario, nothing deviating from that. Um, no, 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 no. Like right, the pods I'm just using to basically get push and just get the Python app to run. Like I'm not thinking about any infra right now. Yeah. But then at some point, I want to run it in my own thing, and then I'll have to start thinking about, okay, then I want to have preview deployments. I want to have like staging. I want to have production. And then I'm probably gonna, so am I just directly going to do that from GitLab's or the GitHub actions, push it directly to the environment, or pull kube control and deploy it directly where it needs to go? Or am I going to use Argo C? I don't know. Like there's so many tools that you can use in different ways to get certain things done. I just want to keep the surface minimal and stick to defaults as much as possible for at least for the beginning. I don't want to think too much about it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 So what would be the configuration for you? What would be ideal configuration? I kind of missed that. Plain Kubernetes, different namespaces. Okay, for different ends. Sure. Exactly. Yeah. So resource constrained. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Fair enough. That would probably already be far too much then for what I don't want anyone to go fiddle around in Kubernetes. I just want Kubernetes to be the place where we deploy stuff. So I probably wouldn't even go that far of figuring out how to make sure that people can like figure out certificates for things. I just want the services to sort that out or the configuration to sort it out. You just deploy something very naively. Like that's probably the idea that I like most about Surface Mesh like is that they would handle service to service security. I wouldn't have to think about that on an app level. That way I would simplify the apps, the kind of like the app like experience or management kind of like experience to effectively the standard of experience anyways because developers would know exactly okay, this is the app, it works, this is how I test it locally. I would test it always against public endpoints if I need to, because you would then probably have a staging environment where all the APIs are there that you need to hit. You then always test your one app in isolation, and then once it's deployed, it's kind of like out of your hands. We just have a good APM setup such that there's visibility on what is breaking. But I wouldn't want I don't even myself want to go into Kubernetes to do anything actually. Like I just want to configure it, do some stress tests on it, scale it up, scale it down, figure out if it just kind of like if the dynamics kind of like play out. And then once the configuration is figured out, I just want to have it running and then just do the minimal maintenance work that I can do on it. But beyond that, I really don't want to like hop into a Kubernetes cluster to like spin up a service that I'm developing to see how it engages with other things. That would be already far too much. Yeah.
Like maybe the a more ideal scenario might be figuring out like within the Kubernetes cluster, maybe there is like some space where I can ngrok or not ngrok, like network people into, like WireGuard people into like just a dev cluster where there are like fixed endpoints for all the services that you want to hit. You can't change them. They're just the services because we've standardized things. And if you want to test something that you're building, you can just like WireGuard yourself into that network and then be able to find them, at least to have reachability, because some of these services will not be public. That's probably the one use case where I want developers to get into a cluster somewhat. But beyond that, I don't want them to be able to fiddle with it. I don't myself want to be able to fiddle with it either. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that could be one way to do it indeed. Yeah. Yeah, for a small team, I would, and also we would have a dev cluster. You do on the dev cluster what you want. I don't really care so much. You would still would have namespaces to isolate certain things, but I don't think it's helpful. I feel like if we're working on if we're changing multiple services at a time, and that's why we need our kind of like namespaced environments to be able to isolate that. That's already like a messed up development flow. You should not be changing multiple things at a time, because you're changing multiple things at a time. It's like it's a horrible experiment design prerequisite, effectively. If you just decide that, oh, we're just gonna in flight kind of like change multiple things, so I need access to these things, then you've probably not broken down the work well enough to do this in a very controlled manner. No, we would still have a different dev cluster. In that dev cluster, you would have like the namespaces for different people, for example. But I would still isolate the dev clusters from production clusters. I would just prefer that level of isolation. If there is any breaching opportunity, however hard it may be, then it's always contained. It's blast radius containment. Yeah, but at the same time, like if you do a change, like I'm a big believer that if you want to run a change, you should be able to run the change on a test cluster before you run it on a production cluster. And if your dev cluster is the one cluster that already runs in a way that is relatively representative of your production environment, that's like the perfect place to test like like certain things before you expose them on a production end where you really can't afford to make mistakes. So I'm guessing for that reason, you probably always would have multiple clusters anyways. Otherwise, you would always find yourself in a scenario where once in a while you run an operation that where you basically have to cross your fingers and pray to the gods that it doesn't kind of like result into some unexpected outcome. Yeah, they're never identical, but I think you're still in a much better position to discover some issues in different clusters as opposed to like finding out in production. Then you've just kind of like needlessly exposed yourself. But I think it's just a matter of choice. I feel it's the same when you're like rolling out a distribution update. Like you can do it in production, but you could maybe actually test it out on the staging cluster that is always kind of like that was always kind of like on par with the production cluster until you run an update, and then you find out like, ah, shit, there are a couple of things in the way we configure our cluster that we really need to think about because behavior is slightly weird or whatever. You don't know. It's hard to predict all the things that can happen if you run like an update like that. But if you just have one cluster, then you're finding it out when you run the update, which I don't think is good. Is I don't think it's helpful. I think it just needlessly introduces more stress into the mix. So that's the only reason why I would do it. So I probably have three clusters at most: a production cluster, a staging cluster, and a dev cluster. People can do in the dev cluster what the hell they want. Like it's the chaos pool. The staging cluster is almost always kind of like leading before production. We also do like radical shifts there. Like if we say like we're changing like we're changing distributions for whatever reason, or we're making a radical change in the configuration, then we probably would try it out on staging first. See. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's awesome. Also say Kubernetes. Kubernetes fanboy, possibly. Single cluster Kubernetes fanboy, I would argue. This is old. I'm not going to read this. Uh-huh. You still there? Mic check. Yeah, I think your headphones are busted again. Okay, that's gonna call's gonna come in again, and it's gonna pop up on the computer. It's loud. All right. Hey. Yeah. All good. Yeah, I would just do that. And then probably the dev cluster would be extremely downscaled to be extremely light. The staging cluster would be very small as well, but we probably would be routing like early early users or users in an alpha or beta program to that cluster to be exposed to some of that. And we would be running a lot of like load testing workloads, either on that and on production. So we're going to burn compute just to be confident. And then the production cluster is where whatever goes there has been tested elsewhere, whatever the change is. Also, even if we were to say like, we're going to roll, if we were using Istio and we say like, we're going to roll like an update on the Istio setup or the configuration, we probably wouldn't be doing that directly in production. We'd probably be doing it inside of the staging cluster first, run a bunch of stress tests to find out, oh, did we overlook something before it goes into the production cluster. At least that's my current philosophy on it. I don't know if I change my mind overnight or over the next couple of days. Yeah. Yeah, I know you're like single cluster guy going commando. A club in Berlin. I probably no, I don't know that. Mm-hmm. It's, mm-hmm. Uh-huh. How do you spell it? Yeah. Knesset. Yeah, I searched for it just now and like I couldn't find it. So it's a place like okay, let me go to the map. Let me see if I find anything. It's, it's a pastry. Ah, okay. Yeah. I think, yeah, Knafe. Okay, I see it now. Knafeh. Okay. Traditional Middle Eastern dessert made with spun pastry. Uh, what? Kataifi, soaked in sweet, sugary based syrup. Yeah, I could grab some of that later, maybe to check it out. Cool. Sweet cheese pastry sounds interesting. Cool. Sure thing. I'll let you know the moment I'm thinking about the infrastructure topic again. Yeah. I don't think you can ask me stuff about Python, like, but you can still give it a shot and see. Ah, okay, look at that. Like, I probably haven't even finished that book either. The which functional programming was it? Like, I don't remember the title. Good. Oh yeah, good. Yeah, the I know pragmatic or something like that. It was yeah, JavaScript based FP book. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's a good one. Yeah, it was a fun one to flip through, right? I think it did a decent job at explaining some of those complicated topics, at least for me. Um, yeah, same for me. Mostly adequate guide to FP it was. Yeah, exactly. I think you could probably do a translation of it. I feel like with most FP books, it's going to be tricky. There's this one professor that does a really good course, YouTube, Haskell course. What's his name? Edward. I don't know if it's what's the name of the professor. Let me look it up for you right away because that's probably the best Python course or Haskell course that I've ever bumped into myself. Um, haven't finished it yet. Let me see if I can spot it for you. Uh, was it Cambridge? Let me see. Cambridge. I don't know if it's Cambridge. I'm now just guessing. Nottingham, maybe. Nottingham. Ah, yeah, that's it. Okay. Jeez, I found it. Good. Um, and let me see. The name is gonna Graham Hutton. Graham Hutton is the teacher. And I believe this is probably the best FP course that I've kind of like watched. Oh no, it's just a YouTube channel. Like the Graham Hutton has like a bunch of videos on YouTube on the topic, and I felt this was like the best walkthrough of some of the topics, get familiar. I mean, the syntax isn't the trickiest bit, it's mostly the concepts, how to use them well. And I felt that he had like a very easy way of explaining these things. It always made sense when he explained it. And I had it with the book as well. I had it often enough that I had to reread, and I still wouldn't get things. Um, which I have with almost any book on FB, actually. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard stuff for me, at least for my brain. I can't manage to wrap my mind around it. Yeah. Yeah, I same here. Like I don't believe you can have too much in your head, so it helps to learn to decompose things. And I feel that if computers are going more in the direction of what you see with GPUs, we're gonna have to learn to write logic such that we can like split things up in parallel tracks and then reduce them back to whatever we need. And you're not doing that with like global state madness that you often find with people trying to like mutate objects at the same time or whatever. I feel that paradigm doesn't really map well. So yeah, that is going well, really good. She's working on some art right now. She has some folks coming over, so that's also why I'm doing the stream in the morning, so I can hop out early and go to like like there's a meetup later, a machine learning paper reading meetup. So I'll just go to that one later in the day, and then she'll have the house for her and her bud who's coming over to. I think it's one of her business partner. They're doing some work here, so it's nice for them to have the space to themselves. So yeah, that's that. So yeah, it's all good. Yeah. Alrighty. Sure thing. Yeah, you hit me up another time on a Wednesday or any other day when you feel like you want to do some co-working together, and then we can do it on stream. Make it show some of the code you're working on. Perfect. Yeah, exactly. It's probably tricky, but we don't have to do the code thing. We can also just nerd out. You could just be sitting there working, occasionally talking about some fun topic or random topic, or when you're reading about libraries to use, like that part of stuff that we can do in public. Cool. Sure thing. Will do. Say hi to the fam as well. You take care. We'll talk soon. Ciao, ciao. Alrighty. That was Oz. Oz is doing well. Was good hearing Oz's voice. All right. So this is a good post. Before I should probably stumbled upon this before I went down the rabbit hole with API blueprint. So what does this person say? The API design battles have long been settled, but occasionally someone asks, should I use ROML or should I use OpenAPI? If your team doesn't use MuleSoft's Gateway, you may never have heard of ROML. Similarly, if your team doesn't use API in Oracle, you may not be familiar with API Blueprint. This article revisits the API design skirmishes that started over a decade ago and explores where those formats are now. Oh, reading is hard, isn't it? Come on, David. Not really good at this. Okay, so the API design war of the early 2010s. Okay, so in the API design war of the early 2010s, specification formats battled it out for industry domination. When the dust settled, three formats emerged as promising contenders: API Blueprint, ROML, and Swagger, later renamed OpenAPI. Interesting. I didn't consider them to be at the same level. Felt like this is a bit earlier stage. This is a bit more post. All right, OpenAPI won the war. So I've just wasted some time. Notable companies joined together to form the Open API initiative. Okay, fair enough. That's also why it seemed so suspicious that the repo was so dated. Alrighty. So Open API, like aware, but I don't use it. I use it 5%, use it and love it 2%. So who's using it and love it? What's the largest cohort? Um, what is that's a weird. All right, so here, what is this? That's JSON schema. Use it and love it. That's the largest share. All right, cool. So why did OpenAPI win? All right. So is it a better format? Certainly no dispute that OpenAPI is mostly widely standard. However, ROML and the API Blueprint both addresses legitimate issues, oftentimes in a more targeted manner. The differences between OS and ROML, and ROML emerged as the leading way to model API specifications as the most common format for describing API. Okay, so it's kind of like post facto. There are similarities and ambiguity using those terms. If you ask ChatGPT, it tells the difference between modeling and describing an API. It tells us API modeling refers to the process of designing and defining the structure of an API, including its endpoints, request response formats, and error handling. It involves creating a blueprint of the API's functionality and behavior. API describing, on the other hand, refers to the act of documenting the API, including its purpose, usage, and reference information, such as available endpoints, request response formats, authentication methods, and error codes. Describe needs to provide developers with all the information they need to use it. Documenting it. Pop, pop, pop. Okay, so that's ChatGPT. Swagger was developed to describe and document. Okay, so you might expect API producers to favor ROML at the beginning of the API lifecycle when they are deciding what an API should be. API producers might then generate a Swagger file once the design has been finalized to enhance the developer experience for API consumers. Regardless of the intention, both formats can be used for either modeling or describing APIs through the API lifecycle. With such widespread adoption of OpenAPI, API producers now use the format to both design and we see several implementations of API first. API consumers are also vastly more familiar with OpenAPI compared to the alternatives. For these reasons, debating the merits of each standard is moot. Yep. So we go back to what we did, right? We go back to OpenAPI. If you're a MuleSoft developer, you can still choose ROML and OpenAPI. If you're an API developer, you can also choose to use API Blueprint and OpenAPI. However, OpenAPI has substantially more
Fair enough. The open okay, fair enough. So fuck that. We are not looking at the we're not looking at this other thing anymore. So what is this kind of like life cycle API last development? You develop the API first before the integration and applications, and I don't know, like, come on, no, no. Oh yeah, that's a post on block. I always have to figure out how to read these diagrams, right? So what's the entry point? What's the entry point? I don't see any arrows going like so. Okay, let's start here. Do you develop the API first before the integrations and applications? No. Then you go to API last development, no design benefits. And then do you create an open API or Postman collection from the API? No, no development. Holy shit, why would you do that? Yes, do you auto generate mock service documentation, contrast, test code, etc.? Yes. Development time, development cost. Okay, cool. And what do you say? Yes, API first. Do you design the API first before starting the code? No, then you do code first prototype. Okay, first, fair enough. And then you go there. Okay, if you say yes, then do you use an API contract, e.g., open API Postman collection to gain alignment? All right, contract first. You can buy happiness. This person is posting dope stuff. I like this. Alrighty, so we're clearly trying to do the API first thing, right? Because we don't. I could easily just quickly bang out some bullshit code, but I want to find a way internally to do this in a more designy way. Like have a design and then follow up from that. But I have to admit that this API-B thing is a bit of a dead end. So I am basically going to discard this. I follow the tutorial, discard. I don't need that branch. I'm going back to read experiment redoc. I'm deleting the branch learn API blueprint. That was fun while it lasted. So let's see. RE API first. Can I play this on here it is. Let me figure this out. Play this here. Let me drop the volume. Play this over the built-in audio stereo. Huh. I'm not hearing anything. Well, too good to be true. Output devices. Huh. So I can't play this over. Bah, come on. All right, so we can't get this thing playing on. Turn on the closed title subtitles. Do we design it first? Yes. Yes, we do want to use a contract. Yep. Yes, we do. Boom, 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 boom. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Do we talk about tools? Oh, come on. Okay, so we've seen the diagram. So blah 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 blah. This is not helping. So it looks a bunch of stuff. Graham Hutton, thanks for the reminder. So this thing is dead. Like that's also Hacker News said the same. API that's gone. Dread. What was this? Was this testing against API Blueprint or support API description languages? API. Okay, Open API. Okay. Why is this experimental? What's the latest release? 2 years ago. Well, then we don't need it. Um, close that. Close that. Close that. Red. Close that. Close that. API B mode. We can also disable that. We're not going to use this. We can close this. So we're back to this one. We can download the spec. Um, we just have a health point, right? It doesn't do anything special, just default okay. Um, what we're going to do, close that buffer. We're going to have to figure out how to spec out redoc. So the redoc part we almost have for free because we just set it up. As far as I can tell, that's already done. We Sanic open API test. Let's see, can we run tests? Mm-hmm. Actually, this is old. I saw something about next generation with built-in validation. Mm-hmm. Learn Sonic Open API with minimal effort. I got a following operational locally. Taking my initial proof of concept built in initial. You can check it out here. Okay. Full course implementation I had in mind would be simpler and more basic, some form of. There we go. Lots of polishing to do. Polishing to do. Okay. So what we're gonna figure out now is I don't care so much about the coloring and themes and fonts and whatnot. I just want to have this thing to work relatively well. Um, and so let's just stub another endpoint. Let's just get a feeling for what it looks like, right? So we're going to take app.py and we're just going to do like API dot say items. Let's just do that. Async def items. Okay, we pass. Actually, we shouldn't. What's the error? What are you telling us, language server? Okay, you're not telling us anything, but we're going to take the request. We're going to return an HTTP response, and then we're just going to. Interesting. I don't know if we should Sanic async. Actually, we have an example of that somewhere out here. Redocly stuff, maybe not that. Actually, I can close. Like the Redocly thing is already included, so I don't need to publish it. I can just basically tell the developers internally how to retrieve it. README renderer is already added to the list. The thing we wanted to do here is get to the this color stuff I don't care about. This I don't care about anymore. This I don't. I do care about that, but static examples, okay, and then we have like async, run async. How many asyncs do we have? Simple async view. Okay, so I'm guessing this is it. All right, no, it's just a simple return. All right, cool. Give me, okay, so of course, Oh, snap. Gotta keep an eye out for the time. It's almost time for that interview. I'm gonna have to sign off. But I do want to do something real quick. So API get um, items, right? So we're just gonna do this. Uh, right. So what I want to see here, let's just kill it, run in. Actually, don't do that. It's just poetry. Oh my goodness, it's a full house, people. This room has never been this full. 5 people co-working together. Sweet. Thanks for being here, folks. Let me know what you're working on. Are you writing code? Are you just like lurking? Which is all good. Just curious to know. I'm just trying to figure out what our best practices should be when it comes to um, shipping some apps that we're cooking up in the moment at the moment. So yeah, just putting a decent amount of thought into thinking through like making sure that all the documentation is pretty easily accessible, and then stubbing out for the next API effectively from this template repository some documentation that the rest of the team can look at, align on whether we want this or not, and then move it on. So yeah, so we have the static server running. I'm just going to go to docs. Oh, yeah, of course. Did I miss? Yeah, well, that's the wrong port. Okay, here we go. Get items, post items. Okay, this is not really very clear. So this is then the opportunity to kind of like figure out how this works, right? So here, I can look at the basics again. And here they have like description testing API version. What is dedent? All right, well, it's text wrap. Probably don't need that. Give me like some other examples that I can use. So that's the UI part, the decorators. Here we go. So judging from the decorators, oh, let me see. What is? Let me see what the time is. Are we on 12:40 something? Is that the local time? Or is it UTC? I think my computer's in UTC. Hi, Imposter Engineer is still here. I may want to zoom in. All right. I just noticed this. I may want to zoom in. We can barely see the code. So I guess you can see the docs. It's really hard to read if I make it a lot larger. For this, is the code here impossible to read or difficult to read? Let me try to make the screen a bit bigger. I close that, split this. Probably better for my eyes. My Vim is for ants. Okay, cool. I think people have it already when they're seated next to me and they look at my monitor. They feel like it's too tiny. All right. This also feels kind of like beautifully awkward for me. It's like huge. Anyways, we're okay. So this was the thing. So we just have to do open API definition. Let's just get a sense of how this works. So user profile, we would have to. Okay, so let's just play. Let's play ball. Let's play ball. I want to get a sense of how this is going to work. And so they have this body that they define. They have this base model. Base model comes from Pydantic. Pydantic is what, an ORM? No, it's just a validation. All right, perfect. We can work with that. This is kind of cool. What kind of company is that? Recent. Sequoia. Good for them. Nice. Partnering with Pydantic. No more steel seats for developers. Sweet. Good for them. Sweet, sweet, sweet. All right. So let's do that, right? Let's poetry. at Pydantic, do some validation stuff. Thought it was an ORM, but it's actually better because I wouldn't want to pull in. Yeah, absolutely. When you're streaming, zooming is required for stream. All right. Imposter engineers schooling us on what is needed for the stream. So here we go. My minimum font size for present. I don't even know what font sizes are here, because I something with the DPI. So, but I could always also do a chunk little selection of the screen that I stream. That way, it's always large enough for the folks watching. But I have a lot more things on my available screen real estate. Something to play around with. Probably not going to figure it out on my Linuxy setup. Something for the future. For now, I just zoom in whenever I stream. Cool, so we have Pydantic in the mix. Let's just make sure that we kind of like get this out of the way. We want to track Pydantic, sure, install Pydantic, and how does it work again? Yeah, that's how it worked from right, and then, oh snap, did I lock my screen? Key bindings, people. I triggered forbidden key binding. Why is, okay, my language server needs to restart. And I'll just shut it down, boom, and then start it. Oh, okay. We're gonna find it in a bit. Weird. Did I? Pydantic. Weird. How is it not finding this? Poetry install. We just installed it, so it has to be there. Kill. Yeah. Start again. Yeah, but schooling is good. I'm not saying schooling was bad. Sometimes we need to be schooled on, like, hey, this is what's good. So I didn't mind it at all. Didn't mean for you to misinterpret. All good. Always feel free to school. This is what we're here for. Alrighty, so so the imports don't work because I'm doing something idiotic. I'm pretty sure. So let's figure that out. Curious. I'm missing. Let me not overthink this. Let me pretend that the language server is not failing. Let me pretend that the language server is not failing, right? And then I'm going to do the following. I'm going to figure out what the definition for logger is. Sanic pi. Oh, snap. It didn't add it to this thing. Interesting. Weird. Really weird. This partially explains why the language server can't find it. Funky. You know, someone else likes Flask Sanic better. So something like, I don't know if either of them are necessarily better than the other. They all get the same job done. So I feel like with frameworks like these, you just pick whatever you prefer. I would just go for that. Web frameworks. I thought that this was pretty performant. I don't know if there is like a, let's see, web backend frameworks. I don't know if there's like a good benchmark. At some point, it's all kind of like opinion based, and there are a lot of factors that you have to correct for. But I did spot a decent benchmark. I think this was the one where if you filter for Python, what's the show filters panel, right? And then we say language disable all, pick Python, because that's the only constraint we have. Like, and then we try to, Jesus, all these options, right? Requirements. Did we get any? Okay, so we got a bunch.
So we got UVcorn, which is actually the ASGI web server, and then we have Apidora core, which I haven't heard about. So I figured like, it's probably going to be hard to work with it. And then we have Sanic ranking next. So I'm guessing Sanic is a pretty performant framework, but honestly, the difference between Fast API, Sanic, and Flask, it's probably not. I mean, yeah, higher is better. What does it really mean? I don't know. I would pick whatever you prefer. Down the line, if you really need to do a rewrite, these frameworks are, they feel more or less the same on the surface, so you could do a rewrite. Probably wouldn't hurt too much. It kind of like explains the Flask or the Sanic choice in our case. Bum, 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 bum. So, and this is my mistake. I from Pydantic import base model. So I also did the same from Pydantic import base model. For some weird reason, it's here, but it's not here. So I am clearly making a mistake somewhere. Computers are never wrong. Sure thing, imposter engineer. Sure thing. I have to admit, like I was talking to Oz just a minute ago, and Oz was talking about, well, it's happy that I'm back to Python because I was working in Go and then TypeScript and then some other languages and Rust in between. But I feel like pick whatever works for you. I'm pretty flexible on either languages and frameworks as long as they get the job done. I mean, like it might even be that like through fiddling with the tools and realizing certain things just don't work a certain way, how I expect them to work, that I then switch back just to not waste too much time in trying to figure it out. So here I'm really lost right now. So if I were to go to I'll save this and I'll go back to my history. We are here. We installed Pydantic. Where did we install it? Oh, it's as a regular dependency. So that's weird. The weird thing is, got to go to class now. All right, imposter engineer, you have a lovely day. Happy teaching. Costa Capital. All righty. It was good having you around. Yeah. Go school them kids. All with love, obviously. Schooling is good. I'm happy to have had you here. Take care. Which is about time for me to grab lunch. It's 2 o'clock and I have an interview coming up, so maybe I should go prep to put the person that I'm having the interview with through a good roasting, fun sparring session. All right, cool, folks. I think I have to have my first meal for the day. It's almost 2 o'clock. The only thing I want to do before signing out is figure out what I may have missed. I did this to optional dependencies. I don't understand. Pydantic poetry. Am I? Come on. What am I missing? None of this seems like. This is curious to say the least. All right, so maybe nvrc reload all. Right, and then confusing. How did we install Pydantic back in the day? Did we install it here? Yeah, we added Pydantic here. We wrote the log file. We checked it in. All right, so it's okay. We're just going to make clean, make bash, start from scratch. Actually, probably could have inside of the bash shell.
it should matter. We should correct for whether my my dir env environment is up or not. So let's do poetry install, right? And we're gonna, no, we don't want to start a language server. Ooh, seems like something happened there. All right. All right. So we're going to exit again, make bash, see what happens now. Pedantic is installed. It said installing, right? So can check for look at. All right, so we have that Sanic. That's a different. Okay, let me not sidetrack too much. Start eglot, shut it down, and then we started again. The life of me, I can't figure this out. So here we go. Weird. Right. So let's just pretend that this is not an issue. I'm just gonna poetry run Python. Import. Okay, so let's say from Pydantic, import base model. It's there. Weirdly enough, it's there. So we're just going to do something like class item. This is just going to be base model and ID. What's we're going to say string? What's string is actually this, of course. Don't do this. Python snowflake. I don't know if we need to work with snowflakes, but SA Python snowflake ID. Snowflake ID, that's a separate package. Why do we need a package for this? Let's see if there is another type of, oh, like we can also do CUID2. What is that? Cool. Content type stuff to generate the ID. And we have certain guarantees about it being relatively unique. So you don't have collisions with other people that are kind of like generating IDs somewhere else. Okay, so this is kind of like cool generation library. So what do we have here? Oh, how old is this? 3. Holy crap, this is brilliant. Just keep it in there. Come on. So what did we want? We wanted under for CUID. All right. So tell me results available. Snowflake ID. Closely followed by the rest of the libraries were within 600 times slower. All right. Pip install Snowflake ID. All right, cool. We don't need that right now. That's like a level. That's later where we can pick Snowflake ID. But for now, we're just going to say name is string, right? And I believe that's how we type it. Not so sure. It's sufficiently clear. All right. Anyways, we did that. I don't know where this comes from. Well, maybe I can do that. Let's be pedantic. I think there's an error. Can I use LSP with pedantic? Here we go. Quite frankly, I haven't been using LSP for a long time, so I should be fine working with. Right. So what? I would go with something like this, but then they can put base model. Um, Weird. Okay, whatever. We don't have to worry about that. What we are worrying about, yeah, that was the whole thing. We just wanted to get this done so we could look at, was it this thing, base model? Here we go. API schema. So we have that, right? And then we can say, looks nicely integrated. Uh, Specify what the request. Um, all right. So what are the options for get API definition? Body. It's kind of confusing because when I say definition, it's not specified. More okay, so definition was defined up here. Body, okay, deprecated. Summary, fine. More examples, any other value can we, okay, so that's kind of like contained therein. Field specific okay, so you know what, we don't have to think about it. Let's not use field specific decorators. Let's just do open API. So it's a from and we say definition description. It's enough. It's all in this big chunk, right? And then we say like, wow, God. And body is going to be request profile, request body. I'm sorry, and probably comes from this thing. I'm just guessing here. We'll find out. We'll find out. That's not found. Okay, so where does request body come from? Show me the way. Body request. Okay. So let's just look at advanced. Maybe they have some. They don't have documentation on this. You find all the hits of request body. All right, so we just look at request. Not even here. So back request parameters, class request, where's request body? It's kind of weird. Oh, it's either one of those. It's either request body or, yeah, so request body probably comes from Sanic, right? So I'm guessing, I can't find this, then that's the exercise ends. Oh, I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing right now. Eglot shut down all, right? Maybe that was necessary. Nothing, all right. So we go there and then we look for, we don't have ext, so ext, right? Weird. Ext doesn't work. No, this also no. Come on, this is long. Okay, so this is even more frustrating now. because I'm realizing that all right, the language server running that is going bananas. So let's just reglot shut down all. Then here, okay, it's shut down now. Um, yeah, weird. Oh my goodness. Pyrite config. Oh, that was the problem. Um, so service Python. What was the folder? Okay, this is my mistake. In config the VN path correct. I don't even know why I need to config this actually. Um, all method. All right. So what is this thing finding? Static log could not be resolved. Static could not be resolved. All right. So I get pyrite config. It's not what I need. Go back. And then here pyrite config. Again. Right. So that was in my kill ring. We're just gonna keep it simple. Here we go. Let's say simple problems, just tooling nonsense. Mm-hmm. Request body. Okay, so this doesn't come from here. So actually, let me go into Open API and then request body. That's where it comes from. And do we expose that? I don't know. Let's just look for every hit of request body. All the things that we push out in there. So it's you probably have to pull it in from definitions. Oh, we find this. All right, so request body unknown. We don't know where to find it. I'm pretty sure that request body could either come from here or from def. Actually, I just go back into Open API, and then we have request body coming in from definitions. Definitions are, and okay, here, just get it from there. Good. That's body, and then we sort it out by saying item model, right? And model, I think once this is like stubbed, it becomes a lot easier to think about how to up. All right, so poetry run black everything dot py. Blech, come on. Okay, we're inside of the Python REPL. Poetry run black everything dot py. And then we do the same thing. Poetry, poetry.run rough everything.py. All right, cool. So what's the setup here? Cool. Yeah, that's all. All right, so poetry run, what was it again? Something static API debug. And we're going to have a look. So I'm closing this, closing. Okay, so here we go. Reload. String name. I don't know. Post schema. What's that? Post items. Get items. Response default. Okay. I don't know. I don't like this. I want to have it as a. It's that. Close this. Close that. Close this. Close that. We have the links somewhere. Here we go. Let's close this. Close this. And open. Right. That's a bit cleaner. Here we go. This is a bit clearer, right? The body was supposed to be. Okay. Profile. Yeah. Okay. So let's do that. One JSON. What's body? First argument is this. Actually, does it do hot reloading? Static hot reloading. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Redoc. Okay, fine. This is good. It's a lot clearer to work with. That's the payload items ID string. Okay, cool. Request samples payload. And tell it what the response is going to be, right? So I need to split them now. The response is going to be what is success and response? Where did it come from? Success. Actually, let's just look at the definitions. Responses. Okay, so this is not coming from here. So we have to figure out where this comes from. Response. So in here, we need to figure out where the success bit comes from. So extensions. Anything, okay, so not defined therein. Types. In here, what are the types in here actually? Double any value. Okay. Come on, I don't want to go back. Interesting. All right, so maybe we can't figure that out so quickly. What's the response? It's either a dictionary, a response, or a list of responses. So success is one type of response. It's weird that figure out failure responses, right? Look at that. So in the init, I pass along kind of like content media type. All right, so what's a media type? Can be either of unknown, like media type is actually like something else. So it doesn't help. Um, that description and status. That status I get. Just don't get this part. Oh no, that was here. This part. It's set to none by default. It's optionally the union of any in a dictionary of string, and then any or media pairs. Ugh, confusing. Uh, make default response. I don't know. Sanic. All right, so maybe we should look at um, it's all inside of this document. Validate. All right, so maybe we should like this is a different thing, so we don't conflate responsibilities right now. Like let's just stay on point. Open API, the types we looked at. Let's just look at this file. I'm so hungry. You know what? It's a wrap, folks. I gotta wrap it up. I don't think I'm gonna fix this. I gotta eat. I haven't had anything yet for the day. I'm guessing we can kind of like already call this. So response comes back. So we had that here. We're just gonna say response here, and we're going to call it. We're just going to say what failure status 400. Pretend that that's what really happened. Um, response success. Sanic XD Open API success. I don't know if I can find anything success therein. But we can also look for, not there, we can just search for success in the repo. Weird. If that is the case, then success doesn't come from that thing at all, but it comes from here, maybe. Not from here. But what kind of responses can we have? Like, huh, this is so weird. This is really weird because if I do look at API definition and I look at response, and then the type of this could be definitions response, any definitions response is what? Pass along a definition where we basically pass along content of media type. What kind of media types do we have? Unknown. Back to that one. Let's see. Anything where we kind of like prep media types. Nope. That's it. Weird. Weird. So open API success static. Let's see if we find anything on that. Been through that documentation. Let's see what they say here. This is old. It seems pretty old. It's the definition. It's old. It's like this seems like an old. Okay, this is then definition. Yeah, this is not helping me. I think starting here, being aware that this is optionally just a single response or a list of dictionaries, strings, any, and then response definitions, then going to response and then seeing this, where we just have to fill in content being, again, a dictionary of whatever. It feels like success is defined somewhere, but I have no idea how to find it. Sonic ext, actually, let's try this again. Sonic ext. Nothing in there. Okay, cool. So let's, for a change, look inside of Sonic directly. Not really. So what the hell, right? Let's see. Hell, can't just pull up some value out of thin air. This is so confusing. More examples. All right, so let's look at responses because there's probably something in here. Response, whatever. Response. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's not do this at all. Let's not bank on values that I know nothing about. I'm just going to bank on status. And maybe I should merge it with something else. I don't know what failure is. No one knows that. Let's go. Let's just look because we don't specify. Do not know it. We've been definitions. How's this not known? We do find it, so weird stuff. Using a response option, you should not pass any other. If using a response option, you shouldn't pass any other arguments. You know what? Scratch that. We're going back to basics. I think this is a tuple, right? Python 12, 23, fine, tuple. Tuple can have the structure and give me some rough idea. I go to response. Actually, I don't need this, so I close that. I go back to definitions. I look at response. Responses is a dictionary of string and responses. Responses have as content. Look at this. Whatever. Sometimes your brain is done. All right, folks, I'm going to sign off. Got to go run, grab some food. For reals this time. Got my interview in less than half an hour. Ciao. All right.